Hello, we're back. Welcome back, chat. Long time no see. Like, wow. Lots of little streams today. I know it's a busy day. How is everyone? How is Fairman? How is Hanse? I know it's been a while since we've talked. Like,
No, I'm married in between.
well, stuff happened. Welcome
Yeah.
to a little bit of a Q&A stream. So if you people have questions, feel free to ask questions. I'm going to kind of run through the basics of the game. I kind of told Hands and Fairman I'm going to kind of just sort of ramble through it real quick. And if you guys have comments or suggestions, or not suggestions, sorry, if you have questions, suggestions are welcome down the line. Like, for instance, the background wallpaper we have that we just finished for the new song for Wrath of the Firstborn for the game. Somebody pointed out that we forgot the pommel. Sometimes you just miss things, and that was the pommel on REEE over here. Her pommel was missing. Her pommel's purple here. Oh, Sala. All right, well, that's fine. These are actually just supposed to be placeholders. I told them to be cheap with that. All right, so we're going to talk about the game. Now, the game we're developing, if you're not familiar, for those who are new, this stream is for them mostly. We're developing a game called Legends of Terrestria. The game also has been referred to as the Mixers Project, which just refers to the project name that it has been for the longest time. It still retains that as a legacy sort of background thing. I'm not sure if we're going to make that into the franchising, like, for instance, like the Call of Duty or Total War series, they throw in the, Call of Duty or Total War in front of it, or Star Wars. But for now, it's just the Mixers Project because it's just simpler that way, and it's just easier. And the big focus is working on the game. Now, what is this video game? It is an indie game. We're developing it in Unity, and it's mostly 2D. Now, technically, it's 3D, but by and large, when you play the game, it's going to come in. You're going to be thinking it's 2D just based on how it's displayed to people. The game is a turn-based tactical role-playing fantasy game. So you basically, how the combat system of this game works is there's a grid, which is why I have this up here. That's why I opened up this tabletop sim. Granted, we're working on this for the miniature side of thing, but this is useful to demonstrate because I often mention that we have the system called microsquares. Now, what microsquares necessarily means, something we just call in-house, is the fact that a character occupies 4 tiles. So you can see here that this character occupies 4 tiles. Now, what does that mean? So if you had a character like this, where they only occupied a single tile, when they move around things, it would be a lot more rough. So you'd have to move, like that to get around. So if you wanted to move from this character here to get around, it'd be like 1, 2, 3, 4. And that would affect your AP, but because our game uses an action point system. Here, what microsquares allow is it allows it to be a little bit more finite. So if you say, pretend this is a bad character, if I turn it around, will it be a different way? Oh god, it's upside down. Nope, that's not how tabletop sim works. I'll turn it at an angle. So let's say you need to get this character, behind this character or whatever. Then you can move it very differently. So instead of it being like 1 tile, 2 tile, 3 tile, it's very different. So if you don't want to move all the way and you want to only move up a little bit, or like half, so you'd move like this. Now what this does is it helps with interiors too. So if there's buildings, or let's say there's like a chair or a pot, and the pot doesn't have to occupy a full square tile that the player would, it occupies one of the micro squares, meaning that if this tile here is occupied by a pot, you could just simply move around it like sort of like that. And it'd be a little bit easier and more finite, so characters would move around that pot a little easier. It just helps with bosses and other things like that. Welcome, Disco. Welcome to a Q&A stream. I'm just kind of filling in people because people have been asking about our game.
It's Dingo.
Dinko is welcome to join if you would like. I'm just sort of giving the rundown of the combat and how combat's kind of working in our game. But yeah, so it takes place on a tactical grid, and characters, go around, bonk each other. There's different types of characters, casters, range characters, and the whole likes. And we're working on buildings right now, so being able to go inside buildings, exteriors, second floors, things like that. So there's different elevation, whatnot. A little bit more tactics on that side of things. See you later, Ghost Jeff. Take care, man. That was a short break.
Bye, spooky boy.
But that kind of is a sort of a basic rundown of the combat system. There's a lot more to it, like our magic system uses a heat system, which generates heat and other things like that. Can any of the devs join? Yeah, they can. I'm going to try to get through the topics, though, quick. So if you pop in, just let me ramble for just a minute. But definitely feel free to pop in if you would like, if you got time. And yes, any devs can join. In fact, I gave all developers, I think, access to the streaming room ages ago. If I
Was
remember
about to make
correctly.
a stupid
Sala
joke.
once come in here once. But yeah. And so the other side of the game basically operates in sort of a free flow format. Excuse me. I can't speak. I need to go get some art out of our dev server real quick. Animations whip. Now, I was thinking of doing this beforehand, but then I decided it'd be more natural if I just did it this way. Because I honestly can't predict how things work. This is a very early version of like a Robin working inside the program who's working on just making a tile map. This isn't actually an in-game map. Because you can see he was drawing a fish here as a meme. He put Celeste in a basket. I don't know why I forgot what the word basket is. These are our new tiles, actually. They're pretty fucking awesome. They're way better than the old ones. I was actually surprised by how good they are. Enough praising Robin Man. But, yeah, so, like, for example, in the free world, you'd move around from, like, this city. Like, you can go inside these buildings and stuff. Now, not every building, obviously. But narratively, if there's a reason to go inside a building, you'd go in there, right? And you might do quests or talk to a merchant or go inside a tavern. If there is a tavern in that town, depends on how big it is, of course. Or if we need one in there. And combat can take place on the same map. So the map is constructed inside of our level editor. That's the plan long term. One thing I will say as a full disclaimer, things are subject to change because we're in the prototyping stage. We're doing a lot of prototyping and testing mechanics. The reason for this is because I want to be kind of experimental with the game's design, mostly because I kind of wanted to try some experimental ideas that I've always thought would be really cool to see in an RPG, but you never know. Everything always sounds better on paper. That's one thing I've
An
found
idea
out.
sounds great, then you try it and it's like, that was bad.
Yep, and we've had instances of that where we tried something and we're like, God, that really kind of sucks, and we're like, okay, take it out, and we'll just redo it. That is the benefit of the prototyping stage. The negative side of the prototyping stage is it has caused development time to increase drastically. But when you kind of want to make your dream game, you're willing to do that. The time is relatively subjective on that. So that those are the two wings of the game generally. Like the free world movement where you go around, do quests, and you interact with the world and the environment. It's got a dynamic day and night system. A couple months ago, I think this year or last year? I think it was this year. The dynamic lighting system was finished so that the actual shadows are actually in-game or cast, so these pillars will actually cast shadows correctly. And so if a character is carrying a torch through the shadows will actually sort of like ray cast correctly inside this thing, which I'm actually surprised, honestly, that a 2D game can do that. Turns out other 2D games have actually been able to figure this out, and we were able to also figure out a way to do it in our own system. So that was quite exciting. Combat animations, it's kind of a cool thing. So I'm going to talk about it a little bit, because obviously our combat's going to be a bit different, and I kind of want to show it. Where did Robin put that gosh darn thing? I can never remember. He put a thing, or did I save it on my clipboard? No. Of course not. Of course not. I'm going to open that up. Here you can see just the damage hit animation. Now when combat plays out, sprites will match up to each other and they'll sort of do like a matched combat thing, where one character will attack the other character. The calculations will happen under the hood, obviously. I'm not sure how much of that information I want to display, but there is going to be... Actually, no. We'll be displaying all that information. Fuck, I can't believe I forgot. Our user interface has a combat log. I feel like I want to pull up the user interface art, but a part of me knows that if I pull that up, Dinko will be like, "REEE, that's not the right one." Which, if you are alive, Dinko, you should come on stream because you have the actual user interface, so I don't have to use Sala's art. Or you can send me a screenshot. Both works. But Dinko can actually talk about the UI if she wants, because Dinko's actually working on the UI. There's some funny stories about how the user interface development has gone. But, yeah. There will be a combat log which will display that information and all that. Is it turn-based? Yes, the game is obviously going to be turn-based. I think I said it was tactical turn-based. Is there vor in the game? That's a dumb question. I'm not going to dignify that with an answer. Disgusting. I can't believe you'd even ask. Arch isn't even into that. Okay. Yeah, that's not really a question either. All right, so either way, that kind of summarizes the overall systems, generally, on how that works. How will the AI make decisions? So the AI, when you're playing against the AI, okay, we'll start with the overworld first, because that's the easiest one to explain. The overworld's simple. It's either AI or scripted to just perform, certain tasks on the world. They don't really do anything. It's just mostly for immersion's sake. So if you see people traveling around or different times of day, characters will be at certain places. That's not like, it's not like, oh, it's, some incredible thing. It's just basically we script them so they have sort of like some sort of daily pattern, and we sort of like write that narratively as well. So that way the world feels like it's, living, and there's people living out their lives and whatnot, even though, it's actually operating on a script. When it comes to the combat side of things, we're going to be using scripting. A lot of scripting, actually. The scripting side of things, one of the things we were talking about is different situations. So, for instance, like if we go down here to this building, you'll notice that REEE's inside of a building. Now, there's line of sight in our game, so if a character can't have line of sight, there's, they don't see that character. So, fog of war. The AI will kind of like know where a character was last spotted, and will have certain scripts that it will follow, depending on what the enemy is. Bear in mind, this is highly conceptual. We have yet to fully implement it because we don't even have buildings in yet. Buildings are being coded right now. So what the AI should do is, when I was talking with Tyler, who's working on the AI, is that if REEE goes inside the building, and let's say this is a door and it closes, the AI's lost line of sight, but it knows that the last location of REEE was right there. So it would remember that it was there, even if she went upstairs. So the AI would naturally go in there and just try to find REEE, right? Pretty simple. It would have to figure out where she is, so it might go the wrong way, which is entirely possible. But one issue that the AI will also be presented with is why would it go in there? Would it just rush in? Like, what if the party put a full layer of traps there? So there might be like different scripts we'll have so that the AI might not just go in. So if it's just one spearman, say, right there, it might not go in by himself. He might actually wait for a couple more dudes to come up in the turn order, once the turn cycle over, and then go through the door, so that it's not just one NPC. Mostly because it's more challenging that way, and it's more interesting when the AI has interesting behaviors. So we'll be scripting the AI to be a little bit more interesting than that. Let's see. There's some more questions. I got Dingo on the team. Dingo's always been or not always. She's been on the team for quite a long time. How big are the parties, and what kind of initiative system? Okay, so parties, the party size is, it was originally limited to 6, but right now we've removed the limit. We're just going to be, in the prototyping stage, we're going to be doing everything. So we're going to try, 6, we're going to try 12, we're going to try 4, we're going to try 2, just to vary it up. Obviously, I don't want to go with 2, but the idea is that with the prototyping stage, we'll see what's the more natural flow and what gets through combat more orderly. Also, hello, Disco. Say hello, chat.
Hello.
How you doing, Disco?
Well, I'm here.
What does that mean? Cat?
Wow.
All right, moving back on. We're talking about what hands? I completely spaced
You were talking about party
Yes,
size and
party
what
limit.
we're going to do.
So party limit, we're going to just sort of balance that around and test it. When it comes to the initiative, that's the second part of your question. Initiative will be likely based on one of the stats, probably in regards to AP. So characters with like less armor or, higher AP value will likely be able to go first in the turn order. So that's how we're going to handle initiative. We were originally, a long time ago, we were thinking about doing a team side, but honestly, it got to the problem with that was when I was testing it on just like pen and paper, is that it just, things got nuked too easily, and I didn't really like that. Didn't feel good, didn't feel right. Destructible environment. Yes and no. Well, certain parts. So we already have some placeholders for doors. Doors being destructible is a thing that we did want to do. Mostly because it's like, okay, you know, should you be able to break down doors? Maybe doors can be locked. It's something that's on the experimental side of things. Barrels and boxes, there are already broken sprites for them, just like pots and stuff, so those can break too. So certain elements of the environment can be destructible. Buildings, probably not. We kind of discussed that briefly a long time ago, I think about a year ago. Or was it 2 years ago? I don't remember. It was a while ago. And we just came to the conclusion no, because the problem is if you blow up a building, like, it would be really weird after the fact, because then the NPCs wouldn't actually be able to go into the correct spots. Because there's no building. Might be a bit of an issue. Let's see. Maybe you should have multiple scripts for similar unit commanders, like one is bold, another is cautious. We'll consider stuff like that. That's down the line. Okay, have I caught up? Greetings, Dab Mother. Disco's... Oh, yeah, that's right. That's one of your nicknames, Dab Mother. Mother of the Dabs. Her channel in our Discord, for those who aren't aware, is filled with wholesome pictures of animals.
Yes.
And dabs.
And the occasional dab.
Occasional?
Seems the dabs have transitioned to Smashing's channel.
They have.
Yeah.
That's
it's
okay.
mostly cats in
He
my
stole
channel
it
now.
from you.
Cats. I saw some. It's more than just cats. It's just cute animals in general. It's like the cute animal channel. If you're ever feeling down, go to Disco's channel.
Finds like arachnids cute, and they just start posting them there.
And then they get banned. I hate bugs. Oh, Jesus.
What? Cockroaches are cute.
All right. I want to actually talk to Disco about something, but I want to make sure I get through these questions real quick. So let's hurry. Hello, Dab Mother. Family just gonna. Maybe multiple scripts for similar. Okay, read that. Dab Mother. Hello. Will there be any ongoing event at the start of the game, or events that will start after a certain point in time in the story that the player could interact with or ignore? I.e. a civil war on. So when it comes to our game and how it's structured narratively and how the game progression works, is it's actually fairly linear, actually, especially in the first half. The first half I want to be fairly linear and concise because I want to be introducing new ideas and concepts to the player, and also introducing decisions that they make that will affect things later on, but more subtly. The second half I want to transition into more open side of things, where the player's choosing more things to do, interact with. But generally speaking, it's following a relatively sort of linear story in the terms of, like, you know, for example, let's take Fallout New Vegas, another fairly linear story where there's that one character, his goal is to get to New Vegas, and then there's like 4 outcomes. Like, it's kind of similar in the same scope where it's like there you have a set of characters, they need to go do a thing for reasons. I'm not going to say why because that's spoilers. Anything after chapter 1 is spoilers, and that's the problem. But there's a lot of things that you'll be doing. So, events being time-based, actually, we were opposed to this. Bubbles and I discussed this. Putting a time scale on events to do just really, what it does is it locks the player out of content, and it ends up punishing the player for exploring and taking their time. We want them to engage with the world. We want them to explore. We want them to read the dialogue and talk to the characters if they want to. They don't have to. You can just speed through it, ignore those secondary and tertiary quests and stuff, and just go for the main quest if you want. It's totally up to you. It'll obviously be a little bit more difficult, but you'll be able to do it. It's your choice. But I didn't want to put time constraints on it because that punishes the player for exploring. And I want the player to be able to explore this world because we put a lot of detail into it. So I don't want them to be rushed through it. I think that would be an absolute waste. And I want them to kind of be able to take the game at their own pace. Any thoughts
Shit
on
Twitch?
Oh crap, Twitch! I forgot you existed. F off, ads. What the hell? Ads F off. He's mad. Wild Mithrin. Can you play evil? Can I play an evil path? Evil and good, right? Our game doesn't have things like the light side and the dark side. You're often going to, based on your decisions, it's more so the cultures and the characters will sort of react to those decisions, I guess, or it might cause certain things to happen. I'm not going to go too specific because I don't want to spoil things by accident. But if you make certain decisions that culturally an Astrian would make, because Astrians are very culturally similar to the modern Western world, that way their sort of ethos sort of lines up with most of the player base. I needed that to be that way just so that the player would have a touchstone. But if you're in a different culture and you're doing things like an Astrian would or like you would, that might actually be frowned upon in certain ways because there are certain customs and things that if you do them differently in different areas might make people agitated. So can you be a dick to people? To a degree. We're experimenting with dialogue. If you're asking about like dialogue decisions, dialogue freedom is difficult to do. It's very similar to Witcher 3 in the sense where Witcher 3 is based on a character named Geralt of Rivia. So it's a pre-established character who already has sort of a background and a motive, you know, for his being. Now you can sort of affect how he sounds and how he behaves and interacts with the world, and that's going to be kind of similar in the same vein as this game. Because you're going to be playing the roles of various characters. One notably, one is REEE, and you're going to be making decisions from their point of view. Now, that doesn't mean REEE is like a perfect standout, you know, character. She might make harsh decisions, she might make wrong decisions, and that's up to the player to make. So the player will guide that character, if you will, and choose those decisions for them. But those decisions will reflect what that character would likely do, because it would be character breaking if a character made weird decisions that are out of character. It's not a blank slate character where a character can do 180 flips and 360-degree turns on their decisions randomly, but you know, you can make different directional things. Welcome to stream, Robert. Overwatch and ambush? I don't know. Oh, Overwatch and ambush. That's going to boil down to experimentation. I plan to do stuff with ranged characters, but ranged characters we just got. I talked to Tyler. We just recently got ranged coding in about like a few months ago, I think, Disco. I don't remember off the top of my head. So ranged combat's implemented, which is why we were working on the magic dock. Or not working on, we were cleaning up the magic dock for the designs. Do you control what you improve each level, or is it like dependent on class? So class progression is sketched out roughly. This one's a little bit more rougher because we're trying to implement the 4 core fundamentals of combat, but progression of a character, you level up. I wanted to go with party levels, by the way. So when your party levels up, all the characters in your party level up. Reason for this decision was so the characters don't fall to the wayside. So if later in the game you want to use Aya more, you can use Aya more. That way you're not punished for not bringing all the characters all the time. It's mostly to respect the player's time and mostly just to make the game a lot more fun and enjoyable. Because the fact that a party would just travel, and do all these great deeds and quests, and then they'd have this useless person following them around that's level 1.
It's
so
always
boring.
annoying when you're playing a RPG-like game, and you have your, for lack of a better word, your main combat party, but you have other people with you as well that could have been on the party line, but just because you didn't use them earlier in the story, well, it disincentivizes you to use them even further because, like, oh, they're not leveling as fast, which means they're not as effective, which means, do I really care to use those characters when they're not as effective?
Any thoughts on P2P multiplayer skirmishes? Let's say both sides can build an army with characters scaled by points or equivalents. Right now, there's 0 plans for multiplayer. I want to make that very clear. Ignore anything if you've ever heard Tyler say anything. Tyler was just being speculative. If and we're going to focus on a single player experience first. If there's multiplayer, that's a tertiary concern right now. Right now is getting the core stuff implemented. I've heard you say there's magic and all sorts of stuff planned for the game, but how would you describe the world? Low fantasy or high fantasy? I know how much you and Arch hate Age of Sigmar. Our universe is sci fantasy specifically. So there's a mixture of science fiction and there's a mixture of fantasy elements. It is a hybrid genre. So you'll see a little bit like things are explained, if that makes sense. It is. I would classify it as high fantasy because Lord of the Rings is classified as high fantasy, by the way. Because people have not. That term seems to be having a lot of confusion. And I, too, had recently found that out. I've been using the word high fantasy wrong. So in my older streams, I was wrong about that. High fantasy actually does include Lord of the Rings. But, yes, it would be considered high fantasy, but I qualified as sci fantasy because it's a hybrid genre. I didn't answer the whole question because I'm a dummy. For the game, how do you describe it? I know. Oh yeah. Yeah. So magic is when we made the magic system, we made it a science. Like the Astrian Empire, one of the civilizations you see most commonly and predominantly that we demonstrate the most, because we don't want to show off the other ones too much because I don't want to spoil. The magic is like a technology. They advance it, they develop it. The more they understand it, the more advanced their technology is, their magic is. In the same sense that a culture that hasn't advanced it, it's not very good. It's not as effective and it's more primitive. It might be sacrificial or something like that. Will there be romances? Sala wants there to be romances in there. And I've briefly discussed like maybe. It's like there's so many core, like bigger things going on in the story. It's just like it's not something I'm thinking about right now. It's something that I think will probably address romances because there's like one of the characters is pre-betrothed at the start of the game. Like they've been betrothed since like birth for a marriage alliance, but that's another thing. 2 more questions, then we're gonna transition to Dinko real quick. Lord of the Rings is not high fantasy by most standards, only the prequel. Yeah, but it still qualifies as high fantasy. That's the problem. It's certainly refreshing, says Robert, to finally see something else than fucking elves and orcs. Some people don't like elves and orcs. Honestly, we're not doing that. Morally evil characters in the party, maybe a couple turncoats, Astria Horde. I can't talk about that. Regia Squeak, that would be spoilers. All right, now Disco. You little potato. Our favorite potato. Delicate potato. Be nice to Disco.
You wanting, Kyle?
She'll put bugs in the UI for not nice to...
I will.
She'll make it so that the menus can slide off the screen again. That's funny.
Nah, she'll make
That was kind of funny because I was like, should I leave it in for Kyle to test it? And then I was like, no, because he'll just start whining that he's lost the window. I put it on screen. He's gone.
It happens. Speaking of, a new prototype came out today. I saw that while I was working. And we're going to have to play that. I'm going to have time. Probably not going to have time tonight, but tomorrow, if we can. I know this isn't related to the Q&A. If we can, everybody download the prototype, play it, and start testing it. Because we got to find some bugs. That sort of came out of nowhere. Normally Tyler gives me like a heads up when a prototype's coming.
He was.
Kibs,
I
you
know
probably
he was
want to
working on
clarify
it, like,
everyone on
a
the
few
team.
Doesn't like me anymore.
ago. He had
well.
said a few weeks ago he was putting it together. I guess this is him just having fought with the merge.
I remember him saying that. It's just I don't remember him saying a specific time, so it's like, it'll come out eventually. Maybe.
Yeah, I think he plans to do it, and then he's like, okay, merge code, and then it's like, I don't work with this piece of code, and then Tyler cries a lot. Then he said Tyler joins.
Bring some devs that do work. What are you talking about? You have the lead fucking director here. Like, what? I can literally tell you every aspect about the project and what everyone's doing. But it's better when they're here, though. Because Disco can go into the intricacies about what she's doing and how she... No, I'm kidding. You don't need to do that. That'd be a bit much. But, yeah. So, Disco...
That'd be a bit much at midnight.
A bit much at midnight. Yeah.
I'm gonna
Whatever.
start charging Kyle overtime.
Whatever. We're making a pretty kick-ass UI. Disco's actually making it look really nice, and it's fucking amazing. It's very nice. It's got buttons, and I can drag things around. Oh, it's doing all
You
the
should
things I
have
wanted
heard
to.
Kyle's reaction, chat, when I first showed him the drag and drop for, like, putting your abilities on an action bar, and he's just like, oh.
I can move them.
And the window, you can move the window. It's like, oh, Kyle, that's
Listen, when you've been, oh god, a little bit of about a story. Tyler and I started this when in elementary, about around 3rd grade. We had talked about this thing, which would later become mixers in about 4th or 5th grade, and throughout all the way up through senior year, we have been trying to like figure out how to make game. We'd talk about it. We'd plan it out. We had like tons of documents. I have all of those documents still. They're awful in terms of their writing. Oh, but they're in a box actually, right over there. And I have them all the way up to like senior year, and they got better and better each time. But we started trying in our senior year, I believe, in high school, or a little bit before, like 2011 to 2013. We had tried. 2010, we'd made some serious plans. 2010 was actually when we planned this YouTube channel. That would later become actually successful. I'm surprised. I was always skeptical about my own plans a lot of the times, but I'm surprised it actually worked. Either way, yeah, we tried to like 2014. We then took a break, mostly because I was working at Burger King, and I was having a hard time finding a job that could pull in some actual money. And then around 2015 or 16, we tried again. That was we tried it about 2015, and then we expanded the team in 2016 when we're like, fine, we're gonna bring people on. And then we didn't really pay people. We paid like some people, but like it just wasn't going anywhere. And then we basically like did sort of somewhat like what we sort of just cleaned up a bit and tried again in 2018. And 2018 is when the wheels started going. Or it's 2018, 2019. Fuck, I always get those 2 years mixed up. I say it all the time. I checked one of those streams too. I think it's 2019 actually. Yeah, it's 2019. I'm pretty sure. 2019, we started fucking busting ass. In 2020, progress. 2021, fucking Jesus Christ. Like the amount of progress. Like we have multiple team members working full time now. And that's partially thanks to chat. And that was also basically all that progress stemmed from me just starting to put more money into the game. Like I just like said, fuck it. Like, I've got all this money that I've been saving and I've been building up this YouTube channel thing. I'm just going to dump it into the game. And Arch gets partial credit for the YouTube channel thing because Arch is the one who convinced me to come back to YouTube, actually. Because I had originally quit in 2015 or 16. I quit because I just couldn't stand it. I hated the YouTube content I was producing, so I just quit. I said, fuck it, I'm done. And they came back in 2018, I think, or whatever. You can check, not the channel's creation date, the first video on this channel, relatively. That's when Arch convinced me to come back. But yeah, progress has been fucking going up and up. And then we brought Sala on, we brought Robin on, met Hanse and Fairman, Bubbles. Bubbles is a big help. Bubbles was a huge help. The world of Terrestria, like, I hate to equate myself to it because I don't like it, but I'm kind of similar when it comes to ideas in the sense of George Lucas, not in the sense of like, I come up with a lot of ideas and not a lot of them, like some of them have some really bad things that need to be scrubbed off of them. Bubbles was the guy who was doing all the dirty work and scrubbing the ideas clean. Shame he's not here. He's sleeping, snoozing somewhere. And that's why I expanded the writing team to include Fairman and Hanse to basically help scrub my ideas. Because I have a lot of great ideas that are covered in silly concepts that need to be removed. But once we clean it up, it actually really starts to shine. And it takes their combined effort and their own skill, because they apply a little bit of themselves to it, and it really comes out really nice, and I like what it looks like. That's the reason why I got Hanse, that's the reason why I got Fairman, that's the reason why I got Bubbles, was to help for that. We later met Disco about a year ago, right? Yeah, a year ago.
Yeah, it's gotta have been a year.
Yeah, little Dinkums. And Dinkums came on the team, and fuck. Little
Poor
programming.
Disco. I was just hanging out in Athens, and Arch dropped you in my DMs.
And then I stole Disco for coding. I was like, she will be my programming sleeve.
He's like, wait, you make video games? I make video games.
Oh god, that was at the time when Tyler was basically programming. Oh, we had a couple other programmers, but they were we had mixed issues, mixed problems with them. So, oh man, things are so much better now. Celeste is a
Another
funnier
question on
character
Twitch.
than we've ever had. Celeste is a funnier character than we've ever had. Why? Because she's in a basket? I don't even know why she's in a basket. I think somebody asked
Someone said something, and
Robin
then
to
that
put
caused
her
it
in
to
there.
happen.
This picture is somewhat old. The tiles are much more complete now. Like we're actually working on the courtyard region of the northeastern gate, which is a section of the game. But we've actually paused a lot of the sprite work right now to focus on code because Robin's helping out with the code. Because he's working on buildings right now. All right, enough rambling. Let's see if there's any questions. Kibs, I wonder how is level progression system going to run? Oh, level. I think I said that earlier. But I'll clarify it again because, new people are coming in. So, when you gain XP, it goes to a party XP pool. Once that pool reaches its max or its tipping point, you level up. You level up all your characters. The reason for the party pool system of XP was because I didn't want the player to not be able to experiment with characters and be punished for not bringing all their characters or rotating them. That way the player could literally bring any character they wanted, so the XP pools in that way, so characters don't get left behind. Because it also makes no sense narratively, and it's going to suck later on. I can't say why, but it would be absolutely fucking awful if by a certain undescript, redacted point, the player didn't have characters up to level, because that redacted set point, things would be really, really awful. They'd be like, my characters are getting slaughtered, they're level 1.
Owie, splat. Oh.
Yeah, it would be really bad. Notice the George Lucas quote changed. Celeste is a funnier character than we've ever had. No! None of my characters are funny. They're all gonna be sad. Let's see. Bogman says, you're gonna get bits of banana stuck in your code. That's already happened.
And again, question from Twitch: can you use multiple screens to play the game?
Right now, no. I know that for a fact. Right, Disco? Disco, I know that for a fact, right?
Yeah, right now it wouldn't go across 2 screens.
I don't see why you'd want it to. Maybe to have, like, your character windows and inventory windows open at all times. That'd be weird. That would cause issues, I think.
I mean, I think most games don't tend to go across multiple screens.
Mm-hmm. It would make sense if we were
Tend
making...
to go across multiple screens are basically spreadsheet simulators.
Or
Yeah,
RTSs.
something like, was it Fantasy Grounds Unity? That would be useful to have across multiple screens.
Yeah. I'm
not sure I see a
that being
purpose
useful.
for having a game like this across multiple screens.
Yeah. I mean, I'm open, like, if it, for some reason down the road turns out like, wow, it would be useful, I'm like, sure. But the problem I see right now is how the game is, like, handling, like, the screen. Like, it would be,
Yeah, I
like,
think
now
you could end up with...
it'd be double the map, and that might cause issues on certain levels. Because
you could
it'd
end
just be
up with
black
things
screen.
stretching as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure. If we were making an RTS, I would say hell yes, because I played RTSs that allow dual monitor support, and oh my god, is that nice. You could have one RTS monitor monitor your base, while one monitor's like an attack.
Also, Coconut tackles it's an horrible idea.
Why? What does
Force
it
the player to use what they are, to play with the least used characters. What if you don't have fun playing those characters? It's a horrible idea.
Yeah, why would you make the... We're trying to make
Oh,
the
you
player
hate
miserable.
you never use sniper rifle in this shooter, so now you're forced to play sniper rifle for the next 10 missions so you can progress. Great.
It seems like a good way to get someone to just close the game.
We're trying to Now, there's no way to avoid tilt and player fall off. It's going to happen at some point. But we're trying to eliminate as many reasons as possible for somebody to close the game by making it as fun and as, user-friendly as possible.
And that
In the sense that...
this isn't just sounds outright antagonistic towards the player to me.
will different races have different limits unlike D&D? What? Different races have different limits? Huh?
I think
think
he's
he
referring
means-
to stats.
Yeah.
But
I
to my
mean,
knowledge, that's not how it works, right?
our game doesn't even work necessarily that way because how I wrote the game wasn't actually like, yes, there are different races, but it's not written like that. It's mostly, I wrote it from the standpoint of cultures and magic religions. So different religions have different magic systems, different that adhere to the same rules. Different cultures have different styles of military units and troops, so they function differently and they play differently because of how their troops and units work, and how they're like when you fight soldiers or different classes or stuff like that. Because there's the slave masters for the inferior chord, there's the spearmen, there's their bowmen, their infantrymen generally use, I believe, leather and fur coat armor. I forget what I'd have to check the spreadsheet, but there's a spreadsheet we have that has check marks and X's for like which armors get bonuses against certain weapon types and what weapon types negate armor types. Because weapon types are broken up into different damage types. There's blunt damage, piercing damage, slashing damage. I think that's it. I can't remember. And those three, well, whatever. If there's more, I can't remember off the top of my head. Those three different damage types do different things. So, for instance, REEE has a little stabby stick, little stabber, little stabber. Her stabber does piercing damage, if I remember correctly, based on one of her attacks. But her different attack abilities that she unlocks for her weapon changes the damage types. So if she does the Fairman, what's the thing where you grab the sword and you bap him with the pommel?
Mordhau?
If she does a Mordhau, it changes the damage type to blunt. Now, it's not gonna be as good as a hammer or warhammer or something like that. Like, that's without a given. But you can change damage types of certain weapons. Like a halberd, if I remember right, has piercing. It also has blunt, and it also has something else. It's based on the type of halberd, though. So different weapon types do different types of damages. Though characters are generally locked to certain weapon types, reason for this is because characters are designed with certain knowledges. REEE is trained with, how to fight with a sword. She can't just really pick up another weapon and really use it. And the reason for this stems from one actual major factor. The animation budget. Oh my god, if you could. Our art budget is incredibly high. The animations are incredible. Like, our animations are actually amazing. I will fucking toot our own horn about that. They're fucking gorgeous. But it has come at a cost. But that's why we went with weapons being more dynamic in terms of what they're able to do. So weapons have a lot more depth to them than just, being a sword that only does one thing. The sword can do many things. REEE could grab the blade, and I believe it's called half swording, if I remember right.
Yeah, that
I
sounds
think it
right.
is.
And
Yeah.
aim to pierce harder targets with more plate or something like that. Like, you can do different things with different weapon types, and these attacks will be reflected. No pummel throw. Just see it.
No, he's referring a very specific
I know what she's
sword book where it's like that
I
was
know,
legitimately
I
a
know.
thing they told people to do.
So I'm laughing. It's why the same thing why REEE or Nezra don't know how to do, metallurgy or basically like blacksmithing and stuff like that. Because they were never taught to do that. So we made it more narrative. So if your party camp, let's say you had a follower that did know how to do that, that's how I'm intending to handle that question. So characters have specializations so that they are actually good at those things. And then REEE is a Celestial Templar, I think is what she qualifies as. And a Celestial Templar has various paths to go down. Just like Aya, her younger sister, is a priestess, a Celestial Priestess, and they have different paths. So it's a class with sub arcs under each class. So it's actually rather in depth, and every character is their own unique thing. So no character repeats the same thing. Waylon is very different. He's a mid to short range melee hero because he's got matchlock pistols, which are quite nice and quite rare. Aya even has a matchlock pistol, which is also extremely rare. They're the only two characters that have gunpowder weapons at this present date. You can do almost anything with a bayonet except sit on it. That's true. Well, actually, no. You could sit on it. You'll just be very sad. Your standards for graphics and animation, or animation and graphics, I read it backwards because I'm retarded, are really high. Haha, really love the results, but man, that's a lot of work. Yes, we went with a... we are going to have some of the best visuals with our sprites and some of the best art possible. It is the highest tier. And I'm proud of our artists and what they've done. I'm also proud of Robert as well, because he has poured his heart and soul into the music as well. The music sounds absolutely spectacular. And I'm really looking forward to that new track he's making. No pressure, Robert. He's sitting like, beads of sweat.
What's that whipping noise I hear, Kyle?
He's like, maybe.
Kyle whipping people.
Yeah, path sorting is correct. Yeah, that's why we went down that path. You can change their equipment and stuff and whatnot. They actually have changeable equipment. It just sadly won't be reflected on their sprite for two reasons. Number one, budget, which is the biggest one. Number two, it actually ruins the style and silhouette of a character. Sala was actually a huge proponent of arguing this, as well as I believe Robin as well, if I remember correctly.
Those were the two big ones who were pointing that one out.
Because they're like, sure, yeah, you can change their armor, but at the same time, the character loses its silhouette, it loses its design, it loses its uniformity. And so we actually have scripted changes. Somebody has equated this decision to Final Fantasy Tactics, not played the game, but that might be a bridge for those who have of understanding there.
Yeah, from what I'm remembering, yes, because
our game at certain narrative points, REEE will actually get different clothing.
Specifically, the main characters they change class, which also means their sprite changes as well.
Mm-hmm. Our characters also their sprites change. We have only one character with two different outfits, and I will go grab her. The male characters. We actually have quite a few male characters. We actually have more male characters than female characters. It's just the reason for this actually is because we had to nail down the art style. And that was really difficult because the art style for Legends of Terrestria and the Mixers project is very specific. And so it had to be precise. And once we had figured out the females, the males were next. The males were hard because my key thing was I don't want my males to look like anime males. Because anime males, in terms of anime, are just watered down females, and I hate that. They have no soul. Effeminate. They have no individuality. And so Sal's like, all right, Chief, he's like, he went to work and we actually managed to do it. Waylon looks very distinct. Sprites are obviously going to be a lot more limited when I pull them up, but if I pull up the actual canonized character concept art, this will actually demonstrate what I'm saying. I cannot pull that up. I can't pull that up. But I'll be able to demonstrate that. But here you can see, by the way, Celeste with two different outfits. There will be characters like REEE and Aya and Nezra will get different outfits as well. And other ones will as well. But yes, our male characters, I am proud that they do look distinct. We don't have the different hair color problem or eye color problem. They are all distinct. And fantastically done. We went with a very oily painter, or oily, what's a verb? Oil paint style with the art style of the Legends of Terrestria IP. So the art has a painterly look to it, and that's intentional. We were going to try to make sure that's consistent in universe. So as the story goes on, characters will be displayed in that, and the universe will be constructed in that style. But yes, the key fundamental principle of this was basically I told Sala this. I want my men to be men, and I want my women to be women. I want them to look distinct. I want them to be sexual. and I want it to be very, very potent. I want the men to look great. I want the women to look great. And that way, when we make characters that aren't, pretty, there's contrast. Because you can't have beauty without having ugliness as well. So we need both things. There must be different things and different aspects of beauty. If you notice, the three sisters, Aya, Rhea, and Nezra, are all beautiful, but beautiful in different ways. Even if you look at the male characters, you'll notice that as well. So we wanted to maintain that same idea as we moved on. Who was the guy in the bottom left wearing the lampshade on his head? Firstly, that sounds mean. Are you talking about the sprite map? Lampshade. It's not a lampshade. Oh, gosh darn it. Did I approve that? Did I approve a faceplate? Oh, God. Carlos is going to be so happy. I don't even know if you noticed. Jet, remain silent. One of our concept artists who does a lot of the armor work, fantastic. Carlos, love. But the goddamn little Latvian man has an absolute obsession. And he knows.
Not Latvian.
Ratvian. He was like, I'm gonna give him funny faceplates. It's like, no, don't give him funny faceplates. And then he gives him like silly mustaches.
It makes it more
But I
fun
already
for me
did.
to draw.
It's like, Sala, stop. Those faceplates were a thing, but they were not common.
No, there's a reason they went away.
But you make me happy.
This is the
You
concept
make me
art.
feel
Oh, God.
happy.
So what I'm pulling up right now, here, I'm going to stop streaming Tabletop Simulator. I'm going to stream my desktop so you guys can see what I'm talking about when I'm talking about it without having to be delayed. There you go. You can see that Carlos, when I talk about faceplates, has a love for faceplates. That was his profile picture for a while.
For a long time, yes, I remember that.
Goddamn faceplates. These are Nephiric shamans. So the Nephiric horde believes in two greater spirits. There's a mother and a father, and then they tamed the elements and whatnot. I'm not going to go into that because it will be stuck talking about their mythos for way too long. Because it's actually rather complicated, and I don't want to get into. Essentially, let me break it down. Gameplay-wise, they use shamans, and there are 4 different types of shamans, and then there's a 5th type, and technically a 6th type as well. There's air, water, fire, and earth, and then there are the 2 elder shamans. They are also gender specific, so women would, if they're a shaman, they're born with Illumine, they either become air or water, and if they become an elder, they will master the art of both, water and air. Same goes for the male. Male masters earth and fire, or fire and earth, excuse me, and their chosen one in their faith, which I'm not going to go into the details because I'll get stuck in there, the Onagdor. The Onagdor is born and is master of all the elements. They are basically little Messiah boy, or, well, man, by the time they take over, because they generally are trained by the previous or current reigning Onagdor. What's wrong, Fairman?
No, wait.
So I grovel for forgiveness, Fairbear. Grovel!
No.
No shadow magic. This is the Nephiric horde. Boy... There are different magic types for different factions. I'm not going to be able to spoil anything. This actually took a lot of influence for those who are actually spotting it. Mongol, Tengri, Mantu, Yurkin. You're in the correct ballpark. Steppe tribes. Steppe tribes with an Nephiric horde's influence. Kibs is ripping off Avatar. Spread the word. Joking, please. No smite. No, not have to. This did not have to do with Avatar. In fact, actually, when we were doing the art for this, actually, the one thing that kept appearing in my mind was the Warcraft 3 credits, where the orc shamans like earth, fire, something, heed my call. Was it Warcraft 3 or Frozen Throne? I don't remember. Where he's like,
It's
doing
from
a
Captain
guitar riff.
Planet.
No, but in the credits.
Yeah,
And
I think there was a reference to that one.
It might have been a reference, but I never saw that. I'm talking about that's what was popping up in my mind when we were making this. I was just reminded by an orc doing a little guitar thing. With like the metal things.
Heavy metal orc.
But no, there is no... I would not make the distinction that they're like Avatar. In fact, actually, the whole Onigdor thing came from the Tibetan people, actually. Was the inspiration there. But, let's see. Moving on to the next question so I don't get bogged down, because I feel like I already am. I've been trying not to.
I'm not gonna lie, if you kept going on, I was actually gonna put my foot down.
Yeah, because I've been trying to be like, I need to cursory, like, gloss over this faction, but, like, the problem is I know if I start talking about the faction, like, we'll just talk about them for hours, and we'll never be anywhere. I'm going to close that art, because that's just making me think about them. Oh, you know what's funny is, we have different subcultures. Okay, I was joking, Hanse, calm down.
I was gonna say.
It is that is something I will say, though. There are subcultures, and you'll notice that artistically, this matters in game, Hanse, because they'll be different in different regions, there'll be different clothing and different styles. End of thing there. Just gotta hear what I missed. You missed a lot, Zenric. You'll be beaten later. Earth, fire, wind, water, heart, go planet? What the fuck does that mean? That
That's
sounds...
a reference to the actual Captain Planet thing, because heart was one of the elements there.
Yeah, right. Nature. We all know nature can't do without heart.
Baron, be quiet. You're making me cringe. I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
You're better off.
What is the Astrians' creation myths? Bog Boy. I will not torment everyone here with that, or we'll be here forever.
That sounds like a question that will take longer than any of us have time.
Oh god. The core problem with explaining that is it would be significantly harder than if you record. Because the religion went through a massive reformation, and so that would have to be talked about. And that was during the Legend of Canar era. Or the Canar era. I've heard of it. They don't call it that. That's just what I call it. I really need to stop calling it that, though.
Canaria.
Or maybe it... No, I kind of like it, though. Because Canar era just makes sense to me. In case anyone is curious, some mad lad made a song version of that orc quote. It's great. Not sure if it's official Blizzard stuff. I think it is Blizzard, but I don't remember. I can take a beating, but hey, I do like the idea of different subcultures instead of just having main cultures. Generally, yes. The Neferic Horde is made up of several different tribes. There's the Rakiri and the Neneri and the other tribes, or hordes, I guess you could say. And the Neferic Horde is... The Nefir are just one group, and they're all distinct. Just like the Astrians are made up of the Concordians, the Lanians in the north, and then the Taurians, which are slightly different, but they've been kind of cored a bit. No, Bogman. The Astrians don't have the Egyptian problem. Because if I remember right, Egyptian mythos, there was something about coom salad.
No, it's really... Basically, it's poisonous. And I remember there's a part of it where it's like some guy is like, I'm going to jizz on you because it's going to make you sick. And he's like, oh no, but then he caught it, so then he wasn't sick, and then he threw back at him. It's like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yes. Disco, listen, Disco, are you paying attention?
She's like, I don't know if I want to be.
Listen, Disco.
Do I want to be listening?
See,
No.
I know this will bother her, so we have to tell her. In Egyptian mythos, they believe that cum is poisonous. So, in one of the stories, a guy's like, I'm going to jizz on you. And so the other dude caught it and threw it back at him. And he's like, no.
I'm sure I'm forgetting a few details in that story.
I mean, I just remember reading about it and going like, what the fuck?
It's even better they didn't write down the bad stuff because I thought it would come true.
Why are you reading this stuff?
Because when I was writing my own
mythos... almost a
mythos...
strange face. It's Arch.
When you're writing mythos...
Where do you think you got them from?
See, Okay, so this is the one thing you'll notice about when you get to the Legend of... When people play the game or start reading the lore about, like, the gods that we have written, you'll notice something, is that you're like, wow, this isn't... Like, you didn't really take a lot of inspiration from Greece or something like that. And no, I didn't. Because Bubbles yelled at Bubbles
did.
is like, stop writing and stop looking at Greece and Rome. And I was like, okay. And that was a long time ago. And I haven't looked at them since. In fact, I actively don't think about them anymore when we write the lore for, like, Astria. And so now it's gotten to such a point where I look at the culture and I'm like, this... It used to be the problem was it was just Rome and Greece combined. Now it's like, I don't even know.
Yeah, it's like I like Rome, but yeah, like
You have
people
to
keep
break
going
away
back
from
to it.
inspirations.
It's the same issue like with the Chinese culture, where it's like everyone, it's like, this is Chinese. It's like, okay,
Even
you're
though...
doing fantasy Chinese now.
Mhm.
It looks the same as all the other fantasy Chinese.
That was like when we decided to do the desinification of the universe, which is why the code, or the abruptly named Qi Empire, which is short for China Empire, because I just simply couldn't be fucked to come up with names. Because by the time I got to that section of the world, which I'll pull up on stream, by the time I got over here, I didn't care anymore about this is only one map mode. I had named different, like, regions and capitals and stuff, and I was like, I can't do this anymore. I can't do this. The sub-provincial names are done for everything. The different tribes, the Nefirhord, the Neneri, the Rakiri, and the all of them. Like, I named all those things. I'm so sick of naming stuff. And so when I got over here, Qi Empire. And then that's Mundo. Let's see how old this map is. Mazatec? Yeah, that's new. Or no, that's right. Yep, because I got rid of the last one. This needs to be renamed. That needs to be renamed because these sections were like... the problem is naming them wasn't so simple because I had to come up with a concept of what it would be and then name it similar to the concept using different vowels of that language that it was inspired by or culture. And then I was like, I'll come back to you and fix you later. And here I am still busting balls on Astria. God damn it. Any game made by Kibs must have dungeons with whips, furry handcuffs, and strange swings. No. So what is the overall tech level of this world? That is a question that I realized that I can't answer. But I can answer at the same time. It's weird. So the simple answer is, when you think of Terrestria, the one thing you need to realize is that Terrestria is not Terra. The technology is not invented in the same vein, necessarily. A lot of things do go hand in hand when you invent certain things like irrigation and agriculture, like with the invention of windmills, the obvious understanding of water mills and stuff like that. Like, there are certain things that come in hand, but certain things when you look at technologically speaking, that were invented in certain orders, sometimes, a lot of the times, were accidents. And sometimes in Terrestria, either they were accidents earlier, later, or happened in different times. So it's weird in terms of how it's set because their technology isn't the same. But at the same time is referenced to Terra, but not Terra. Oh boy. No, we're not going to get into that. That'll just drag. Any game made... I read that. Did you mirror a Earth map? Actually, yeah, a little bit. So you'll notice something here. Specifically the turtle. Look at this turtle over here. It's a little mouth. Okay. Little mouth, little eyes. That's the turtle continent. This is kind of like South Africa. South America. This region is very different, but it is kind of similar. And the reason for that was actually very strategic. I actually mentioned this previously. One problem we had originally is, so when I first started, I could get the document, but it would take me time. I made the Astrian Empire. I made the Federal Republic of Galay. I made the United Congregers of Cardovia. I mispronounce that every time I say it. I made the Peninsula of Halostra, or not peninsula, the fucking island of Halostra, which this is Halostra. Just ignore the factions there. And I made certain nations, and I drew them in shapes on a Clip Studio document. And then I moved the shapes around on the map with Bubbles, because Bubbles is on the team at the time. And then we drew the continents based on those shapes. And then we reorganized it a few times. And then we were like, while we were reorganizing, we were like, no. Let's base it on Terra in this regard. The reason why is because people need to look at the map and realize certain things are kind of fundamentally similar because it helps with orientation. Because when you look at a lot of fantasy maps where they just sort of splotch things everywhere, they suck. They absolutely suck. Middle-earth is very much inspired by Europa. The Warcraft map is also similarly inspired by the other world, where it's got, you know, the old world and the new world, basically. And other fantasy universes have this core concept. And the reason why these fantasy maps are always more popular and more successful, not just because the IPs are, but they're also easier to navigate and orientate. So we actually sort of inverted the idea of Europa and the New World. Now, the problem with me saying the New World is that's also false. They've known about this area for like ever. So that's nothing new. But, yeah, that's the problem with that. But it's a similar concept, though, right? This map was actually, there's the river layers of me experimenting with rivers to see where rainfall would be, based on the other maps. Because right now there's a tectonic plate map mode, there's a heat map mode, then there's a water currents map mode. And with that, we were able to, with wind currents as well, we were able to determine where waterfall would be, which is why we were able to determine that Karinos would be rather dry. And Vatsti is actually it's awful. So wet. Oh, but yeah, and they were able to determine that, so that was very nice. Why did 666 donates a generous 5 Kanuki bucks to say? Hold on, I gotta move a window. There we go. Say, no, Kibs, go full token, get a PhD in linguistics and make realistic language for each region. I want to, but here's the problem. It would shaft everyone on the team if I tried to do that. Because I would have to stop doing the things I'm doing and then just work on linguistics, which would help out like such a small percent. The amount of people that actually care about those custom languages and IPs is such a minuscule percentage. It's like less than 1% or something like that. Like, it's ridiculous.
The thing is, people like them, but the people who can truly appreciate them is a very small percentage, like a fraction of a fraction.
Yep. And so that's the reason why I was like, no, can't do it. I do want to do it later when I have more time.
And
Sadly.
also, never forget, at least when it comes to Tolkien, he partially made Middle-earth because of the languages he was just making up over time. So it's something he had built up beforehand, to a certain degree, if I remember right.
Very true. So it's not tidally locked. You don't know that. It's like, what? The map looks nice. I know it's based on Earth in a sense, but the geography is cool looking. I'd place EK2 total conversion with this map. We put a lot of fucking effort into this map. This map took months to develop, and the map file itself is like over, like, was it 20 or 30 gigabytes? I forget.
It was a massive one. I forget, because I haven't opened this map for a while.
Like, the image isn't that big, if I remember right. What's big is
Just
all
the layers.
files or layers for different map modes. Like, one of the things I made that I think was the most amazing thing ever, because I'm going to toot my own horn, because I don't know why I didn't think about it fucking earlier in my life. And I'm so glad I fucking did. Thank you, Europa Universalis. Oh, it gave me the inspiration, I think. If I'm assuming I'm remembering right. If you click on the different nations on that map, there are different fog of wars. There are 4 different levels of visibility. The immediate full transparency means that there's immediate knowledge. The second layer of transparency means there is knowledge, but, you know, it's starting to get more limited. The third level of transparency, where it becomes to get darker, is less knowledge. And the 4th layer is like barely known, like they've heard about it, like there's legends about it in terms of distance, like they've heard about, you know, that continent. I'm just saying that. But like their line of sight thing is like all of this and like that. Like, they have no idea about the stuff up here. They have no idea about the stuff like back there. And that line of sight map for each of the nations is going to help with writing so much. Because I can then determine, okay, if a character is well educated in the Federal Republic of Galay, what would they know about the Astrian Empire? And some areas know less than others. So it's also based on education, because education throughout the world varies. There wasn't an education map mode, but there was a technology map mode, which determined the technology of advanced as well as magic levels map mode, which determined their magic levels, as well as a religious map mode to determine which religions presided where in splinter faiths. Kitty's like, meow. Kitty is a splinter faith.
Kitty of the
Kitty
Splinter
is trying to
Faith.
climb on me.
Kitty's trying to form the schism. It's like, meow.
But
Mouse.
Kitty. Squeeze him. Just a little.
You don't want to be squeezed.
He's like, squeeze, Kitty. Squeeze him till the sausage bits come out. But yeah, Tolkien, oh brother, I've gone and made another language. What am I going to do with them all? Tolkien was incredible with that. This sounds like an entire franchise in the making, not just a single game. Yes, because it is. That's the attempt here. We are going ambitious with this. It's not just a single game. It's not just a single story. It's not just a single thing. This is built to be greater because it's an epic. And I wanted that from the very get-go because, like, why not? If this game fails or succeeds, it doesn't really matter in terms of the grand scheme of things because, like, this, whatever happens, there will be more stuff set in the same universe. Maybe not in the same scope, if that makes sense. Certain things can't be said in certain ways, or Chad will become wise, and then I'll have to ban them. But it is built to be massive. Because why the hell not? Also because I normally am just autistic. I should have failed creative writing because I never completed my assignment for writing a short story. Instead, I wrote a 40-page or 30-page, like, fucking almost filled up a fucking notebook with backlore for a thing called Starbinder in a sci-fi universe. And I only got an A because the teacher really respected the fact that I did a lot of world building, and then chastised me for not doing the actual assignment, which honestly definitely deserved because I didn't actually fucking write. I wrote,
Kibs
I
following
just world build.
instructions. Nah.
Because world building is like once you world build, if you're familiar with world building or world builder syndrome, you just start building and you just sort of fucking get distracted. You just keep going and going and going and going and you just sort of don't stop. Which is actually dangerous behavior because if you over plan, you actually limit the amount of writing you can do. In my opinion, that's
Do you do
bad.
the thing where, oh, okay, I want to plan out this character's background, and then you just end up with some weird shit that is just only tangentially related to the stuff?
Sorta. I mean, when we wrote
Yeah.
Waylon is a Novarian. Well, he was, or his race is Novarian, so he's from Novaria, but he lives in Galay, and that has to do with the, like, how did he get there? And so I had to expand a bit more, about the lore with the Novarian Dominion during the Astro-Novarian Wars, which were basically like world wars in ancient times, where, how did the Novarians get there? Well, it was actually the colonial sections of their wars, because the Astrian Empire at zenith, along with the Novarian Dominion during the Second Astro-Dominion Dominion War, had colonies in Galay, and there was actually a war over this entire region. The Republic of Galay is actually a secessionary state from the Astrian Empire because they actually ended up winning the conflict. They splintered later. They splintered later during the migratory period, the first migration horde from the Agoriel, which the Agoriel refers to this region over here. It's very flat. And Galay is a mixture of different cultures from Cordovia, Cilicia, Astria, fucking Novaria, and so it became a weird sort of melting pot. But it never really, even though it seceded, it never really changed, and a lot of people didn't like that, and I actually migrated further away because they were so discontent with the corruption. Because the FRG is very much, if you're familiar with the Holy Roman Empire, similar to that, and people don't like a lot of internal fighting with the different dukedoms, because it's the dukedoms, the various duchies of Galea. So they actually migrated past the tribes, which are kind of like Germanic tribe level. They're not actually tribes like the Native Americans are more advanced. Bastar, Confederacy of Bastar was formed and is very different. Is more close to a republic, sort of, because they were very upset with their way of living. But it's quite complicated. And then Bastar fights the giants of Budanawa, which are fucking awesome. Use fucking cannons to blow their little heads off. Actually, their heads are a bit huge, but that's besides the point. Okay, well, we're tisming. Let's focus on something else. Malcolm in the Middle skit. No. Immediately moves past his comment. He's like, but I wrote it. I'm kidding. Oh, boy. There's so much stuff. Is there programming and gaming questions, though, chat? You should ask them. If there's user interface questions, you should also ask them. I'm only saying that because it's getting late, and Disco's here. And take advantage of the fact that we have little Dinko. But the problem is we've kind of... I think we, in previous videos, have explained it pretty well. That might be an issue. We have to beat chat. I've seen such cases, dudes making up lore
The
for...
UI is very dependent on how well behaved Kyle is.
Disco?
If he's really
Legu's
naughty,
Breaku.
he's gonna get... You know how fun War Thunder's UI is, Kyle?
The cat just meows. War Thunder's UI has been that way since it was in beta. That was like
Yes.
2013.
still in beta,
You're
right?
a very bad Kyle. That is what you will get.
I
I'm
do
pretty
like
sure
that
it's
game,
still
but I
not
also hate
technically
that game.
released, right?
No, it's technically released, I believe.
Yeah, okay.
Because it was feature complete a long time ago. And they just keep adding stuff to it. It is a hellhole of a grind. Though, let's not focus on that. How much
So,
character
Gus,
customization
question.
will there be? In terms of character creation, none. There will be no character creator. Purely because I'll read that in a minute. Purely because I actually started hating the character creation side of things. Not the character
So
creation.
much time wasted for, honestly. When I say that, I mean like in
Oh yeah,
dev
like an
resources.
actual character creator. Yeah. Hanse is onto something there. Fuck. Like an actual character creator in terms of cost of development, like to make a custom sprite. Jesus fucking Christ.
Well,
Would
and
have
then
to
not
be
just that. It's like, okay, so with a lot of games that have it, what do you do after you create your character that you spent just arbitrary an
Put a
hour
helmet on it.
making? You put a
put a
helmet
helmet
on.
on it.
Oh, congratulations! In the end, it didn't affect anything really.
Oh god,
That's
the
why I
character.
like games with Let Me Hide helmet.
Pretty much. That's true. That's true. Oh man. But yeah, no. Actually, one of the narrative reasons, that's Hands Raised is another good reason. That's another reason. One of the narrative reasons was I hated the idea of the player in self-insert character, because the self-insert character, what it did effectively to the story and the world we had built is it trivialized it to such a degree where it's like, player character wants to do this, player character wants to do that, so the world just adheres to whatever player character wants. It's like, wow, that's so unnatural in terms of writing. So instead I was like, okay, so the game starts, focuses on I, and then later transitions to Ria's perspective, and it also bounces between other characters kind of like Nidus and other ones that I won't name, because obvious reasons, because it's a living, breathing world, and these characters are making active decisions and doing things in different regions and different areas, while the other character is doing other things in other places. It's an epic, so, the journey is being made. And there's this great, epic under being undertaken, and it's not about just, the fucking dragonborn magically becoming leader of every organization. No, there's a living, breathing world narratively, in the sense that there are characters with their own motives, drives, ambitions, and goals, and they're trying to do them. Whether they're opposed, like, well, as you can obviously guess, Varus from the Astrian Conclave of Novaria, the High Priestess of the Ashen Order, is probably going to be at odds with, the Astrian Empire. Even though the Astro Dominion Wars were hundreds of years ago, the Conclave, the Astrian Conclave of Novaria, looks kind of sad and pathetic, really, compared to what it used to be, which it used to encompass this, used to be over here, used to be over there, used to be even here. It was big. Now it's tiny. There is a little bit of bitter resentment. Tragedy.
Get a Real Haircut had a question on Twitch.
How does Astrians view the death life circle? Bogman. I can't get bogged down in that. I'm already getting bogged down in things I shouldn't be. Now,
That's why I'm giving you questions.
donation. Get a Real Cut says, how complex is the UI? Like a old school NES up and down, left and right, A, B? Or is it more, is it more, I'm having a hard time reading, from in-game action bars? Well, Disco, you kind of worked on it. You want to talk about it too?
Hmm?
The UI. What's our UI like?
What's our UI like?
Like, what kind of buttons are there?
They
What-
were basically
Talk about
comparing it to like old NES style stuff or something more modern.
NES would be like the Nintendo Entertainment System. Like, you know. Fuck, I've never
I
even
mean,
played RPGs.
Kyle
In
will
that. I don't even know.
correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems to be quite heavily influenced by like MMO style UIs.
Look at that. Disco's right for once. Rarity. No, kidding. No, Disco's absolutely correct. We, when
Which I
was-
like.
Yeah, I think everybody on the team was happy about that. I know Robin was. Robin's like, because I remember we were talking about working on the UI and redesigning it after the
He was
2018
saying
team
that
transition.
The UI when it comes to single player games versus MMOs, UI wise are a lot better.
They're generally superior because, they're designed with the intention that the player is going to be stuck playing this game, not just for like a 30-hour standard RPG run. No, for hundreds of hours. They're meant for the player to be able to get comfortable with. And so that's why we took our inspiration. That's why Dinko made the menus move around, and you can drag the buttons out of the spell book and into the
that's
action
what
bar.
I really like about it. That you can customize, what you're playing with. Like, you don't like the order of the buttons, you can drag them around. You don't like where the window is, you can drag it around.
Also, it saves the location of where you open things. I actually like that feature a lot. So if you want the spellbook to open on the left-hand side of the screen, it will, if you close it on the open left-hand side of the screen, if you open it, it will open in the same location. Now that led to an interesting bug.
which is why I had to prevent you from being able to pull it off the screen.
Yep, because
That was a funny one.
accidentally
like,
slid the
well, it
spellbook
saved
off
it,
the screen.
But it saved it off screen.
Yeah,
He
and
says accidentally. He says accidentally. Yes, he's
I was like, oh,
"Wee!"
my spellbook's off the screen. I press the spellbook button, and then I'm like, that'll minimize it, and it does. It's minimized. I press the spellbook button again. I'm like, oh yeah, it's off the screen. It's loaded off the screen.
And he's like, Disco, fix it. And then she's like, why did you move it off screen? He's like, I didn't
warned
mean
you that I
to."
hadn't clamped it to the screen yet.
Terrible.
That is a
Absolutely
silly creature.
terrible. Ah. Boop. Thank you. Choose. What made you choose a unique setting rather than an alter setting? Oh, like an alternate history setting? I'm just gonna laugh, but not answer that. No kidding. Why I chose Terrestria was because it was 116. I think it was 11.6. 11.6 is a number about redacteds, and redacteds refer to more redacteds. But the reason why we chose 11.6 is because 11.6 was actually a footnote, which was about a character, and it was a background like thing. But it was like a little cliff note. And I was like, what if we made that into a game? Because when Tyler and I rebooted the project in, what was it, oh, Jesus Christ, year dates I'm awful with. 2016 or something? Fuck, I wish he was here. He could probably remind me. We'll just say 2016 for now. Maybe it was 2014. I don't even fucking know.
In year that it happened.
We rebooted the project. He's like, okay, the Mixers project has become so bloated. Like, there's no way in hell we can make this game. It's actually impossible. There's no game in existence like it, and there will probably never be a game like it for another 100 years. And so we're like, yeah, no, that's a little bit overambitious. So let's cut it down a bit, because that's impossible. It's actually impossible. So we're like, okay, let's start small. All right, let's start with 116. 116 is a note, and it's about a backstory element, and it's interesting. And it's interesting because it was a thing that happened that I can't talk about, and it was literally a sentence. And I was like, let's make a game about a sentence. And so that's what happened, and that's how this world came to be. I can't go into the specifics, though. But yeah. It was easier to start from scratch, because starting from scratch with a blank canvas allowed me to redefine things. Because the Mixer's IP has three or four. I think it's three editions. The first edition, which is literally like elementary level stuff. It's like at the bottom of that box behind me. It's not important. It's mostly just random fucking incoherent messes of horribly written text. The second edition is better constructed, but too big. It's overscoped and overscaled to such a ludicrous degree, it dwarfs everything imaginable. So it's impossible, because it's just too big. The third one, I believe, was when we were like, okay, we condense it down, we start with Terrestria, and we build out from Terrestria instead. And we expand out that world that way. And that universe will expand that way, so it'll be a lot more easier and grounded. And that's why we started with the Alter approach, because it was impossible to do it the other way. How many years Kibs spent on this again? Ever since 3rd grade. 3rd grade is when we started. Though it wasn't initially intended, though it was at the same time. Because No, it was actually, because we're like, let's make a game. And so we started talking about it, and that was the basis for it. Now, working, does it mean dedicated all the way through? Hell no. I was fucking 3rd grader. But every day, 3rd grade through 6th grade, Tyler and I went to the same school. And in that same school, during Kid Stop, which is an after-school thing, because Tyler's a grade ahead of me, we'd go to this Kid Stop thing and we'd just do stuff. And what we did is we did 3 things. We either played in the sand, or we literally just walked around the school and talked. The second thing was the best thing that ever happened. The second thing is where Mixers truly came to life as an IP. Because we just talked about like this fantasy world, and it started off as just being like Star Wars, Warhammer, Halo. Like, actually, Warhammer would come later, because I wouldn't know about that until Dawn of War 1. So it was these other things, and like fucking Matrix, like anything that we thought was cool. And we're like, wow, like let's just talk about this thing and like this cool thing, and it started morphing into like this own gelatinous blob, where it was like its own kind of entity, but it had a lot of like heavy inspirations from other stuff, and it was just a mess. It was an absolute mess, and it still is to this day. I don't even want to look at it. It's like every universe was put into a blender, which is hence why it was called the Mixers Project. The Mixers Project was then in middle school, when we had grown up a bit and matured a little bit more, not by much, mind you. We're like, let's cut away all the crap and try to make this into something more serious. And then we did, all the way up to senior year. And that's where the 2nd edition sort of came from, the more refined idea, the more like focused. But the problem was we didn't know what we were doing. We didn't know how to make a game. I didn't know how to code. I didn't know how to write hardly. I just sort of tried to write in my notebook and just did that. Teachers would yell at me and be like, oh my god, you're freaking writing in your notebook all the time, drawing weird fucking things and creepy looking monsters with like their eyes all weird. And I'm like, that's because they're the big bad things in my idea. And then people would look at me funny. But that's besides the point. Oh man, it took a while to form, but it became a thing. Legends of Terrestria, which is based on 116, actually is interesting because it wasn't originally an RPG. It was actually very similar to Castle Crashers in terms of its original design, where it was almost a multiplayer game with a story focus underlayered, or like Golden Axe, where players would play through, but they'd also get narrative decisions as they played through, and these narrative decisions would affect the game's story. When we realized that that was insanely hard to make in JavaScript, we stopped. And then we started making a turn-based RPG in JavaScript, which was also fucking stupid. And then we realized that JavaScript couldn't do the things we wanted it to do. And we're like, fuck.
Oh, Kyle.
Somewhere along the line, Tyler decided, fuck it, we can't real programmer now.
And then we're like, making our own engine is gonna take forever. And then we're like, oh. And then that was like the third or second major failing. And then we started working in Unity, and we started expanding a team. That failed because the people we brought on just, either A, didn't know what to do, or B, just weren't the kind of people we were looking for, had conflicted design decisions and stuff like that they wanted to do and push the game in a direction I didn't want it to go in. And so we just scrapped that. We didn't scrap the team, but we basically went separate ways. And then 2018 comes around, the new team comes in, and things actually go somewhere for fucking once. And ever since, or 2019, fuck, I always get those years wrong. 2019, things go places. And for the last 3 years, we've been making massive amounts of progress. We were making progress in 2018 and 17, I think, but it wasn't very fast. It was very slow. It was very sad. And then we scrapped it all in 2019. And then redid it all in 2019. To be fair, it was way better that we did that because we finally got rid of the tech problem. The technological problem was hilarious. Terrestria's tech levels were all over the place because we hadn't been able to consistently nail it down because we wanted melee combat. But we also wanted like guns, but we also wanted some magic stuff. And it was like, they had too many advanced pieces of technology. So we basically bapped them over the head and took away their choo-choos. No more choo-choos. I remember the map that had the choo-choo like on the older version. This is this is the Sandro map, which is much more improved. Eyes hurt. Blink blink. Is Mixer's an RPG system like GURPS or something? No. It's homebrew, as in we just sort of made it up. Your magic system got
Sure, if
necromancy?
someone was familiar with like different system, it's like, oh, it's similar to this one, but
yeah. I mean, it's probably going to be similar to something.
well, that's
It
what I
has
mean.
to be.
Like someone who's familiar with the different types of rule sets, and it's like, this is similar to what you're doing.
You'll probably
it's like-
they'll probably figure that out before I will. But that's mostly because I don't know. I look at a lot of systems and then I'm like, what do I like of that system? And I'm like, I don't like that or that. And I'm going to do that differently. And then that's sort of how we've been progressing. Slowly. I'm kidding. That was actually done ages ago. In fact, the design docs are actually, they need more polishing, but honestly, like, the overall shape of the game is, on paper, done. It just has to shape into it. Wiggle itself into existence. Line by line of code, specifically. Your magic system got necromancy? Necromancy is an interesting question and would be dependent. I'd have to consult the actual law of how the universe works, because that's not a magic system question. I think it is, but souls and how souls work and how the ethereal plane works to the mortal realm is very specific and has different, well, not very specific. It has major guideline rules that certain things have to adhere to in order to function. For instance, magic. Magic requires active charges. So, for instance, if you want something to be actively cast, like let's say you make a magic amulet. Well, that's not quite possible, but it is possible. Because it's basically battery use. Like, that's what I think about when I think about how the energy system works, is it has to have charge. If it runs out of juice, it don't work no more because it is a fuel source. It isn't energy. It is defined. This energy comes from a redacted thing that's redacted as well. But these things, there's a law on how these systems work, an economy, which was drafted out very carefully so that it actually made sense. The question for Disco, how is the inventory management system?
We haven't done that much on the inventory yet. We've done a little bit of the design work, but not an awful lot of implementation.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. You reminded me. That's right. I remember when somebody, was it me or somebody, was like, how do we handle inventory? Does each character have their own inventory? And then we all sort of
Yeah,
like
I
looked at each
remember
other
us
and were
talking
like,
about this.
no, no, that would be awful. Just like the party pool XP system, it's a pool of loot and, or items and stuff. And those items can be filtered to the character so that, because certain characters can only use certain items because they only know how to use those items. Just like certain armors only fitted to certain characters. That's like with Battlefield loot, if I remember right. Because Battlefield loot, we came to the realization that a lot of armor would be fitted for certain people. And so it would not be applicable to actually put that on a character because it would actually not work. It's just weird that way. Oh wow, it's a little baby Arturia. He's like, wow, wiggle, waggle.
Yeah, I think you wanted to have either the ability to search by or have different tabs for uh different item types, if I remember correctly.
Yep, there's a
I've only
filter
seen the
system.
document a couple times, so
I've got to look at it again. But if I remember correctly, like Bubbles was like, hey, look at Dragon Age Origins. And if I remember right, I don't remember if I took any inspiration from that anymore, actually. I don't. I'd have to ask Bubbles. But I do remember that it sort of works like you have a character, you select a character, and that character, once you select it, if you want to use characters for filters, like if you click on Rhea, it'll filter out the weapons that she can use. And then if you click all, it'll just show all. Because only certain characters can use certain things. Do you imagine multiple endings? Oh, God. Don't even get me started on the endings. They've been very, very difficult to conceptualize because they have to be carefully conceptualized. Because what happens is going to drastically affect how things proceed further. Because the decisions you make here will affect the next things that I can't say what is. But it's highly dependent on what decisions. And the next thing has to be based around... It doesn't have to be based around, but it has to be ready to adhere to the things that you made decisions here and then reflect those things. Which those things can be quite drastic, which is the problem. Oh, it's not gonna... The first game's always gonna be the easiest. The second one, probably not so much. I don't want to think about that right now. Compartmentalization is key in order to keep tabs on different plot points and different story elements. That's the only way we can track these things. And that's how I plan, and that's how we have been tracking those things. I have hiccups.
Yay.
Is there necromancy or other types of magic? Technically, necromancy, I don't know if they call it necromancy. Like they can use dead things. Like, look at this, Chant. Look with your little potato eyes. Like, it's not potato eyes, kid, but real eyes. What's that look like to you? What's that look like to you right there? Looks like a perfectly healthy man. I agree.
It looks like an Eastern European.
Bearman, no.
Well, that's true.
Carlos does not look like that. Last
That
I
looks
checked.
one-to-one like him.
Where's the beard?
By the way, he's Baltic, not Eastern European, but...
What
Oh,
of the
yeah,
3 color endings do you picture to be the good ending? You think I'm going to give you a good ending?
You have to shoot the Star Child.
The ending where only half of the characters get murdered or raped. So that's a good ending. Yeah.
There will be no good endings. Everything will lead to sadness and depression. And at the end of the game, you'll be like, what is this all for?
This is how you
Augusto's
know.
wondering if there's going to be unique
kidding.
characters and generic characters for your party.
Only unique.
But kids, remember, is this how you know an indie has deep storytelling? If it's just completely depressing, because that's a big trend. I've seen it. You've seen a lot of indies where it's just we just make it super depressing because this is deep, right?
Oh God, you reminded me with your German accent. War. No, I'm kidding. Got him.
Well, never changes.
So the other game modes in our game, right? There's the basic combat system, which we talked about. We haven't talked about warfare. Warfare is very different and happens for narrative reasons. You can't just engage in warfare openly, chat. That's horrible. No, the problem is that it doesn't make any sense on a narrative thing because there's so many story elements. Warfare ties so many characters to it, and there's so much at stake, and there's so much things happening and intricacies that affects the world narratively that has to be constructed carefully. And
It's
so
not like
those,
Hoy where you can just say, we're declaring war on this nation for no real good reason.
yeah, no. Probably not Bogman. Actually, no, maybe. It depends. Not necessarily. He asks, maybe you should write down some summarizations of answering questions about culture and religion. Yes and no. No, because I do not want to show you anything that I don't want you to know beforehand. Yes, in the sense that I've already kind of done that with certain things that I do want people to know in advance, which I have told them. But the problem is it's not an easily digestible format because the problem is you'd have to go to the Legends of Terrestria section of our Discord server and you have to scroll up until you found the lore blurbs about those things. And then you'll have to also scroll up to the part where I said, disclaimer, any of these lore blurbs are likely subject to change because, well, it's not done. And as we've established internally, and as I'll state again, nothing is canon until the game ships. Once the game is shipped, those things are canon. So things are susceptible to change if need be, if something needs to change for the sake of quality and for the sake of better writing. Nothing is concrete until we are satisfied internally. For good reason. Simple quality control. How about an arena mod? In the prototype build, we'll be building a test arena for ourselves, which the prototype testers down the line, once we add close testing, and as well as once we move on to public testing down the line, as I'll say again, we'll be able to access something like that. Because testing, we will need to have some sort of arena thing in order which to test REEE against, an Fear Experiment dude. Right there. I do like his hat, or his helmet. It's not a hat. It's kind of like a hat, though. Or test him against, the water shaman. Oh, the air shaman's not on this one. Oh, I guess that one was made later. There's Captain Tiano. This is the unfinished version. This is old. There are a lot more sprites than this. But this is the only image I have where all the sprites are together. I don't know. I got paranoid. I thought there was a sprite on here that wasn't supposed to be. I was like, no, spoiler. It's fine. We're safe. No, it's not a grand strategy game. You can't fabricate claims. At least, unless it's narratively. Let's see. So how hard is it to travel? Well, you just hold down the WASD keys. So if you want to go up, you hold W. I'm kidding. I'm assuming you mean travel across, like, the continent. It depends. It depends on the infrastructure of that civilization. Depends on the roads, if they're safe or not, or if there's good shipping lanes and stuff like that. Because the shipping lanes are drawn out, and they were reflective of the currents as well as the wind currents to help just influence where ships would naturally travel. So it felt like a more organic travel map. Not that they picked the best courses, because, they kind of had to figure it out through people being sad. What kind of scale does the story advance along? Like contained to a country and its dealings, world spanning, or all Marvel level, all existence is in danger? That would be spoilers, and I cannot go further. I can say that I would not build a world map if I did not intend to use the rest of the world, or at least parts of this map. If it was contained to Astria, that would be a very... Oh god, that would be so... Like, yeah, we could actually write an entire game in Astria and it'd be just as in-depth. But it would be missing the FRG, chat. The frog. FROG, frog.
Free.
Tragedy.
He be like the freaky.
How do you move the character party? In combat, you, just move them like you would on a tile map. Kind of like what I have done here, where, character occupies 4 tiles for those who are new. And so there's micro squares. So one human character, or person-sized character, I'll say, occupies 4 tiles. If it's like a rat or something, I don't know, it's a tiny little animal or tiny little thing, it'll occupy 1 little tile, or micro square. And if it's a monster, like this, it would occupy more tiles, or a horse, mounted cavalry combat, stuff like that. We haven't even discussed mounted cavalry combat or mounted combat. There will be horsey stuff, but it's one of those things that's just, it's very down the line. It's very, because we're focusing on other things. Like mounted combat isn't a core mechanic because it's based on the other mechanics that need to be developed, programmatically speaking. The biggest thing with horsey is would not just be programming, it'd be mostly the animation, actually. Any non-human civilizations? No. We operated on the idea that, well, yes and no. Like, in terms of, like, if you look at Earth, right? And you look at, Africans and Europeans and Asians and, Arabs and stuff like that. They are different, but they're more or less, they're not more or less, they're basically the same. Different, but the same. In Terrestria, it's a bit different. They're not as similar. Whereas humanity on Earth, we're practically identical except for, variations in bone structure and some genetic stuff, if I remember right. On Terrestria, it's a lot different because we have things like the giants of Buddha Noir, which are a abnormal mutation of Illumine, which are like that big compared to a person. So there are different There are different there are different like sizes of things, and different people come in different shapes and sizes. So it's a lot more diverse than Earth in terms of like genetics, in terms of differentials. Like the Luminarians, like of Astozi, are like they're not that big. They're like I don't even know. They're bigger than Astrians. They're like that big or something like that. Aren't Astozi giants?
I'm gonna have
Yes.
to take myself to
Dinko!
bed.
All right.
Night,
Good night,
Disco.
Dinko. Thanks for coming on,
Have a good
Disco.
night. Have a good night, chat.
Bye.
Later.
Bye.
See you later. We lost our whamming. Whamming down.
No bad.
What, Fairman? What are you going to
But
say?
we still have hands.
You're an idiot, Fairman.
And good.
You're an
I was
idiot.
worried. I was worried for a moment.
Will there be skill trees for each character? Will there be levels? Will there be gear upgrades? Gear upgrades? That's actually more... I don't know the answer to that one right now. There is a mechanic set for that stuff, but it's one of those things where it's not essential to work on. Or no, wait, did we actually do that? Here's the problem, chat. When the design team was working on the designs, aka me and or myself and the rest of the writers, or the writers and myself, God, I can't. Words are hard today.
You could have just said the writing team.
Shut up. When we did the designs, like we actually finished them within like several months, if I'm right, several odd months. The first month we got simple stuff for the program to start working, and then we just kept designing it out until the game's relatively done. They were done relatively soon. What we've been doing lately is the 2021 not redesign, what's the word? I forget what it's called. 2021 design docs. I think it's just called 2021 design docs. Basically, we're just looking at the 2019 design docs and 2020 design docs and simply just going over them, double checking that they match current designs and the current direction of the game, because some things have changed, and just, touching up the docs. One document we just went over was the Magic doc, which did see a lot of changes mechanically. That was actually the first one that actually saw changes. Most of the time I just go through it and just clean up the wording a bit, so it's a little bit more easier to read for the programmers. But for that one, it was a lot more complex because that was after the Calamity lore update, which was a massive overhaul to the laws of magic and laws of how all that stuff works and the entire how the energy system works mechanically. That's where we introduced the idea of magic heat generation, which heat generation activates tiers. Different tiers of magic have different power levels. So tier 1, you you need to charge up that heat energy, and then that heat energy also affects AP, as well as if you wear armor affects negatively EP. That was introduced to help with, you know, Rhea not having any armor, but that was already a thing in lore. That's the problem. Like, it was already a thing. It just wasn't clearly defined. Like, we already knew it, but we didn't write it down, essentially. Bogman, this Q&A isn't for you. I don't want to sound mean, but this is actually for new people, not for old comers. Sorry, bud.
Or what did he ask?
No, he says, since questions we are allowed to ask are limited to you have been repeating the same information I've heard for the past 3 years, which isn't actually true. Good for the newcomers, but does not, forgets to add give, does not give me any confidence that you have progressed as much as you claim, making this Q&A feel mostly pointless. It is not pointless, and it's not for you. It's actually for the newcomers. And also, most of the stuff we've mentioned is actually new. The only thing that's not new that we talked about was the user interface, but when we talked about the inventory, that's actually relatively new. The user interface was done a year ago, and it was not new because that was done last year. But yes, so no, if you're not interested in this, Bogman, you can feel free to head on out, because you're probably not going to hear anything, because you specifically are asking questions that aren't related to the game. You are asking questions related to the lore, which I have stated several times that we're not going to get into because of obvious reasons. Number one, bogs down the thing. Number two, it doesn't have to do with the gameplay and the game design, and it has nothing to do with that, except for when we talk about magic and armor and different piercing damage types and whatnot. Now let's see. Don't rush it. You saw what the mess Cyberpunk became, what Cyberpunk mess became. Oh god, no. Are we rushing the project? Hell no. Actually, one of our problems is speed. In terms of development speed, we are actually going really fast when it comes to the art side of things now. We have Sala, who's been fully, is working full time now. About, was it 4 months ago? 5 months ago, you guys remember? When I transitioned to them to work full time?
I want to say it feels closer to 4, but that's just going off gut feeling.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, we've got them working full time. The one huge issue the development team is going to remain to continually face as time progresses will be programming. As I've said 1,000 times, and as I'll say 1,000 more times, programming will be the biggest bottleneck. We need to hire one of the programmers full time. Our lead animator, Robin, who is also a programmer, thank God, is actually the other programmer who's been working relatively full time. Disco is additional help, but her help is limited to what time she has available. Tyler's got a kid. That's also limiting. So there has been slowdown in terms of programming speed, but not necessarily. See, it's difficult to say. Tyler's actually been managing to stay up on pace relatively well. We actually have a new build of our game up right now. If I check the doc. Fuck if I can remember. Build reports. So many rooms. Programming. There we go. Found it. Oh, that's a lot of stuff. Never mind. I'm not going to read that. That would take a while to read. Either way. Hold on a sec, chat. I'm just looking through this real quick. Jesus Christ. Yeah. That's too much for me to read through. Never mind. Never mind. Unless, actually, you know what? Could I ask a favor of one of you guys? No, you know what? I don't know. I don't know. If you wanna go to the release notes section of the dev server and just read through the build 0.11, which came out today. We need to actually playtest that tomorrow. Good night, Crazy Templar. By the way, further questions can be asked in the comments section, and whatnot there. So if you do want to ask lore questions, you can ask them in the comments, or you can go to the Discord and ask them there. And the Discord server, just at me. Bear in mind, it'll be probably quicker to ask on Discord than it will be anywhere else. I don't want to do lore questions here because this is for new people right now, and we're going to keep it focused on that. And that is also why we're regurgitating a lot of crap that we also talked about. Let's see. Just going to read through chat real quick. If you stand in a river, can you do more magic? No, not necessarily. Because, okay, fine. We'll deal with the lore a little bit. Just a pinch, because it actually is relevant to gameplay for once. So, in regards to magic, the magic mechanics are somewhat dependent on the faction and culture and religion. The Astrian Empire has this thing called constellation, or the celestial, or fuck my goddamn words. The Celestial Order is the name of their religion, or their religious institution. It's very militarized, and there's a good reason for that, because that stems from the Kanar era, and actually they were always fairly militarized, even during the Republic, but that doesn't matter. They use constellation magic. Constellation magic is because they believe in the idea that their gods are, in the heavens above, and that the celestial bodies encompass, and represent gods and represent different things of power. And there's a huge thing about why that came to be, but that would take forever to get to. But so what happens visually is they draw their magic out. So it's very incantation based. They call upon the name, and the names have power. And so when they say the names of stars, like a star like Syra, and then they name another celestial body, be it a planet or something like that, it draws out a constellation. I will pull... Oh, God, no, don't pull up that art. That is an SFW. We actually have some of their gods done. Oh, fucking Christ. I have to go fucking over there and get him. I have to navigate everywhere. There we go. That's not... okay, we're covering the screen, chat. The problem is all their gods are very... unclothed.
Thanks, Sala.
It doesn't thank Sala. That's because I actually asked for them to be.
Yes, I know, but I'm just saying you drew it. That's what I'm saying it.
Fuck's sake. There we go. Okay. I think that's it. Nope. Not that side. There we go. Sala, you make me happy sometimes. All right, so this is a bit of an older art. We haven't actually worked on the gods too much, outside of the Kanar gods, because the Celestial Order went through two phases before the Age of Kanar and the Age of the Silver Prophet, when the Silver Prophet came and told them about the Starborn Pantheon and whatnot, and the delivery of a savior that will come and help them in their darkest hour against the encroaching darkness that will wipe out their light, their beacon, because they view themselves as like the beacon of civilization, ignoring all the other civilizations. They do have a bit of a superiority complex. Astrians aren't known for being peaceful people, but they have different eras, and their policies change based on the emperors they have and what eras they're in. Let's see, stream section. Now, I'm fucking double checking because I'm paranoid. There. You see a little bit of a butt cheek, but it's actually fine. If I go further to the right, it won't be fine. This is their goddess Syra, who also, the current empress, as named Syra as well. Here you can see a constellation. This is the example of... This is one of the oldest constellations. I actually made that one ages ago, and Sala just drew the eye part for it. This is the crying eye, which represents Syra. And that boils down to a mythos thing, because during their mythos, you know, their father, I believe it was Tyrannos, if I remember right, or Tyrianos, I can't remember to pronounce his name, was the old god of justice, and the old god of justice saw that the heavens were corrupt, and he needed to purge them of their corruption because they had been warped and twisted into being against the people. They had cursed the people with a famine, and they've cursed them with, you know, incompetent leaders, the corrupt oligarchic families of the Republic that were basically strangling it, and was going to see the Republic divide into 3 different kingdoms if it wasn't for Kanar to come along and unify them and bring them back under order under the first Astrian kingdom. From their ashes. Syra is the firstborn of the god Tyrannos, who had a bunch of children with mortals because he didn't want to have children with the other gods because he was worried that the corruption would bleed in. And so these children were called the Starborn. These Starborn children would become the Starborn pantheon of the new celestial order. Tyrannos went around and killed pretty much the vast majority of the older gods. There are some of the older gods that are still alive, if I remember right. I think Tamaros is this? Tamaros? I can't remember. Fuck, let me go pull up their art. The War in the Heavens is going to be probably the coolest fucking thing we ever do. In terms of lore videos. Like, it's not ready, but it's got so many things. Like Altair. No. Temenero. Temenero is the god of seasons and time. And then the god of brilliance is Festo. Goddess of sea is Aina. And yeah, there's Temenero. Yeah, Temenero. Temenero is famous because he saw his own death. And he simply just let it happen because he's like, well, whatever. The fates are settled for him. But yeah, so they draw... Fuck, I was getting... See, this is what I mean when we do the lore thing. I blame fucking Bog Boy for this. Fuck Bog Boy, making me get distracted. Bring the cock god. You mean Bajaro? No, Bajaro cannot be brought up on stream because Bajaro's big dick will get me in
He is too impressive for YouTube.
He's got a big cock and he... Oh my god. Oh, terrible chant. Yeah, that's mean chant. The reason why they're nude is actually because the Astrians are venerating different aspects of the human form, such as their body. So, like, Bajaro having... You know what? Fine, I'll bring up Bajaro, but I'm bringing up only a part of him. You're not seeing his biggest cock because I'll get in trouble. Canonized concept. Nope. There he is, big dick boy. Gotta zoom in to something that doesn't have a penis, which almost all of his art has. Just scroll in and just scroll down. Okay, we're fine. The god of celebration. Yes, this is fucking Chad, the Chaddest god of all. This is Bajaro. I also like how we told Bog Boy that we're not going to do lore, and then
he leaves and immediately Kibs lore.
Listen, I'm doing it.
I was going to say, it's like, for mechanics-wise, you've kind of already explained why.
I'm scared, chat. I'm scared. I was scared when I tabbed over, and I'm still scared. Okay, this is Bajaro. Look at. But yeah, it's talking about veneration of body, right? And so they venerate the body, they venerate, you know, good health and strength. So these are things they value in their culture, part of their ethos, if you will. And their gods reflect that based on their form and how they posture themselves because they're idolized, they're looked up to, and they're venerated in their mythos. Just like the old gods are not venerated as much because, well, they represent a different time, so they have different things. You can see the cultural changes and shifts based on how they venerate things. Fuck, I don't even know. Where's one of the good art pieces to pull up? There's the old goddess of fertility. She's dead, if I remember right. I think she was killed by Tyrannos, if I remember right, as well. That is the fertility goddess, Esri. It's the old gods. I think he's still alive. Calestios. The wayward one. The one who travels. The one who speaks. I think he survived. I think Festo is dead. I can't remember. I'd have to revisit that document. I've actually not had time to work on the War of the Heavens too much because I've had to stop and start working on the tabletop stuff, which has actually put a pin in all the lore stuff right now. I've also diverted resources away from the Project Legend of Kanar lore series stuff, mostly because I realized I need a map artist. And until I can get... Well, I have a map artist. I need to finish the map. Once I finish the map, I can pass it on to Sandro. And finding time to work on the map is a nightmare. Once I have the maps done, I can just move little pieces around and talk about the lore, and chat will be like, well... Because the map really helps with orientation, honestly. Because then you can see where, like, characters are, you know? Because Callus Nix. Callus Nix is one of the, what's the word? Like, he's one of the oligarch families, one of the heads of them. There's Callus Nix, there's Nestro Talos. Who's also pretty cool. And then there's Harris Kestos, who's also pretty slick. She's got big titties, chat likes her. These are from the Kanar series, which is a lore series. I forgot that girl's name. that's Kriya. That's Kriya. Okay. Kriya and her mask. A different era, a different time. If you do too much, you could hurt your projects. Yes, it is one of those things where you have to kind of balance it. So how I kind of have it is I have it on rotation for side project. The game always gets priority on everything, so it's always expedited. Game assets are always prioritized above everything else because the game takes precedence above all else. If there's extra time is allocated and bounced between the Legend of Kanar project and then bounced between the BTR project. The BTR project is, number one, it's fucking fun to make. I'm not going to lie. I have a lot of enjoyment out of it because I've always wanted to do it. But it also helps with channel growth. And so it's like, okay, I can justify this because it generates more revenue, which feeds into, you know, the game project, which helps the Legend of Kanar project because it generates money. But because we've had to start developing a tabletop because we have a 3D mini artist as well, we've had to delegate more resources all over the place when it comes to the tertiary projects. The game always gets precedence and the game is always well funded. Period. The other three projects, they vary at times. Which they are affected, because it'd be a lie to say they're not. But that is fine. Those projects can withstand that, because the BTR project isn't intrinsically reliant on me always producing art, because there are other members of the BTR project. There's Smashgen and there's Arch, and they're producing art as well on their own. So it's not like I always have to produce art for it, because I know that other people are producing art for it. So I can obviously take a break to work on the Kanar series. Which is what I want to have Indio start doing, is working on the Kanar stuff more, but he's working on channel assets for 2.0. 2.0 update, which is basically polishing what we learned from 1.0, which is quite nice. Kibs venerates the male formed. Wink. Shut your little mouth. Kibs, Fairman, and Hanse on stream. There's my little fucking Ludus. Everyone, Ludus is in chat. He's called the Librarium. It's a good lad. We'll have to bully him more.
So did you actually get around? Oh no, you did. So yeah, you did answer the question.
Constellations.
If someone stands in water, can they do more magic?
I didn't answer that. Fuck. So magic is different dependent on the system.
Yes, no, that's why I was trying to get in, but you just kept talking and talking. Because
Shut your
otherwise
mouth.
you will rant.
There's too much to talk about. The world's
that's
too
why
big.
I'm stepping in now.
But the thing is, yes and no. Yes, some cultures do. The Seaborn, for instance, do utilize water in their magic. Does a water shaman use water in their magic? Yes, they do as well. Though differently, not the same. The Seaborn are very different. A lot of their magic emphasizes ships and is designed around the idea of naval and marine sort of operations. It has influences with water because their port is interesting. Because I think, if I remember right, the Seaborn, which is the Isle of Concordia, or House Concordia, it's not the name of the island, that's the name of the fucking family that rules it, Concordia, because Concordia is part of the Astrian Empire, though they retained a lot of their autonomy. They have like this intricate system of like rivers that they have sort of trenched, that allow ships to sort of like canals almost that allow them to go inland, so they're able to move stuff around their island more easily. Though they do have a limit of wood. Wood is one of their hard limiting factors, because unsurprisingly, a nation focused on seaborne stuff is seaborne, funny because seaborne magic, but is low on wood. I do remember that. I do remember that being a big deal. Wood is a super big concern for them. Heat is intrinsically tied to magic, but they still use water and ice magic. Heat is a byproduct of using magic due to the laws of how magic operate and how they understand it. So when heat is generated from the act of casting or the act of generating magic. Because when you open up a channel to the ether, or not the ether realm, the ethereal realm, call it by its full name, Kibs. The ethereal realm, once you open up a channel, it opens up a channel to the gods, because there are two different types of Illumine. There's Disciple Illumine and there's Sovereign Illumine. We're not going to talk about Sovereign Illumine. Disciple Illumine must adhere to a pantheon or a god or a single god or some sort of greater ethereal entity in order which to exchange ritual for magic. That magic is then creates a channel between the ethereal realm of that entity, the greater entity in the ethereal realm, to the caster, which sends energy to the caster, which then can be converted into whatever the caster needs it to be or transforms it into. The better the understanding of the caster, the better they can manipulate what they're trying to do. For example, if you cut off Kriya's arm, right, her left arm or whatever, and Aya's there, even though they're 1,000 years apart and they're different, very different times. Because Kriya's like her great grandmother, if I remember right. But like Aya couldn't put her arm back on with magic. She wouldn't know how. She would maybe be able to mend the flesh back together, but the nerves and the little veins and stuff, no clue. She can only mend what she knows, just like she can only heal what she knows. Diseases are hard to deal with because mages can't really help. They can help like rejuvenate energy of an ailing person, but they can't really help with getting rid of the virus because they don't really understand what a virus is. They know that they're sick and it's hard for them to understand. They know the different diseases. They know that they transmit somehow and they figure that stuff out, but they figure out how the microorganisms work. Yeah, in order to cast something to deal with that would require them to understand what it is they're dealing with. If Aya was bending, a wound and you had internal damage and she was trying to figure out what's wrong with your internals, she wouldn't really know. She'd probably accidentally more likely mend a fucking artery shut than fix the problem, which would kill you. And that's the problem with magic. Magic is highly dependent on understanding of how things work, or concepts. The better these concepts are understood, the more powerful, more potent the magic is. That's why when we have one spell casting animation where REEE basically calls to the goddess Syra and for Syra's gaze. Syra's gaze is said to be the heat of the sun descending from the heavens above to blast away, whatever the fuck's in the way. And so their understanding is like hot, heat, searing, burning, sunlight, burning away everything. And so that's why in the animation, it's just a beam of like it's just like the ground is light and then like an energy of lightness just touching the ground and everything around it is scorched and burnt. Because their concept is her gaze causes things to burn. If it's with, a rageful gaze. Or something like that. Because I think it's called Syra's Gaze or something like that is the name of the spell. And it reflects the lore, which refers to Syra's anger. Because she is the current regent of the celestial heavens. And she has a lot of emotional problems as a goddess. Because there's the whole thing about imprisoning the Tyrannos, their father. Because their father told them that, the old ones were corrupt. And he is an old one. He's an old god. And so his children imprisoned him to safeguard Terrestria from his corruption. That's where the floofy dragon comes from. The Helion. The Helion is one of Cyrus' pets, and it safeguards the prison. That's why it has a mirror of her spear. Yes, I remember that. Welcome back, Ghost Jeff. Very nice.
Did you get to answering Boag's question about the unit size?
Unit size?
How many units do you expect to be in combat at any given time?
The basic combat system or the warfare system? I'm going to assume we're just going to go through both. Basic combat system that the game operates in. That's highly dependent to how the testing goes in the prototype. It will vary. One thing we're doing in the prototype is we've removed the hard limit. It was a hard limit of 6 originally, but we've removed that because we're going to implement as many characters as possible to see how that affects turns and see what the limit is. Because we do want to set a limit to how many characters you can bring with you into combat, purely to help with the game's not only balance, so we can design the game around it, but to also make the game better structured so that pacing for getting through a full round, because when you go through every character does its turn. But completing a full round means that all characters have progressed their turn and you're back at the beginning. We want to see how long it takes for one round to pass and for how many rounds it takes for an average for a basic combat encounter to be completed. So that way we can determine how long combat encounters take and, where the holdup is. Is it too long? Is there not enough players or characters on the player's control? Does the player need more? Is there, stuff like that. A lot of games stick with the number 4. 4 seems to be like a golden number standard, but we're going to experiment with bigger numbers just to see what happens. Gunny Liquid says, goddess with emotional problems sounds like the entire female half of the Greek pantheon. Oh boy, you don't even know the half of it.
I mean, emotional problems. Only on the female. Have you ever seen what Zeus was up to?
The gods may be venerated, even the Starborn especially, because venerate the old gods because they're dead. But the Starborn pantheon may be venerated, but they are deeply laid with flaws, and these flaws often tell tales that sort of establish the morality of the Astrian culture. Let's see, goddess. Have you read that? Floof Dragon, better name. I'm gonna beat Carlos later. Just because of you. Latvian will pay. Are you doing an actual tabletop game or just minis? I saw them earlier. Both, but we're doing them at different times. One game at a time. The tabletop is only allocated design time when we have time for it on our spare time. Because I do not want to subtract any of my precious time from the game. Because honestly, I have not enough time for writing. Which is infuriating. But that's okay. I'm saving up some vacation days, and I'm going to take them soon. I'm going to spend them actually writing, which I am actually looking forward to. I haven't done a good, long writing session in a very long time. I've been doing little bits of writing, on my lunch break and stuff, but that's just not the same. That's not the same as a full, dedicated day to it. Might take the day off from streaming when I do that. Depends. Depends on if I'm, in a really good flow. If I'm in a good flow, I'm just going to keep writing, because if you're in a good flow and ideas are just coming, just keep going. So gods give energy to the casters, and the caster gives form to the spell. Yes. Spells are generally reflective of the culture and the religion because they have different ideals. That doesn't necessarily mean they'd always be the same, but generally they're taught via their, by their elders, so it's sort of, generation to generation and slightly improved as time goes on, or they're doctrinal. So sort of like the Celestial Order. Celestial Order is very much doctrine-based. So they have these great ideas on how things work because they've sort of laid them out, and then they have a whole scribe caste inside the Celestial Order. Not caste, but group, because they're not a caste system. And they basically try to experiment with spells and try to further a magic understanding so that their spells can be more effective and more powerful. Kibs, when can I buy my Aya figure? We will actually make the game figures, character figures as well. It's going to be a while. Right now, we're going to work on Archer's figure, but, then we're going to get through the characters, and then we'll get to them. I will get characters, figures made for everything, so people can have them, because it does seem that they like them, and it Doesn't affect me in terms of writing, it just affects me financially because I have to pay for them. But such is life.
Andrew Jackson, this came up earlier. At this point, we're imagining it's just one screen.
Yes, we did talk about this before, and we had Disco, one of our programmers who's working on the user interface on here earlier, and we basically came to the thing is, this is kind of like, if you watch the earlier conversation, it's very similar to, like, we look at a thing and we're like, does this need to exist? Do we need multiple screen support? And right now, there's no justification for their existence. If time goes on and it proves that, yeah, there's a good reason for it, or for instance, if somebody makes a good case and presents the idea and it looks good, and I'm like, oh wow, that does look good, yeah, sure, we'll investigate it. But not right now. The Kibs knows how to write? I'd hope so. I like to hope so. I like to fucking think so. Beat 'em good, says Reggie Squeak. It goes well beyond emotional problems. That's true. When you're talking about Medusa and whatnot. Our pantheon isn't as... It's not necessarily Greeky. The Greek pantheon is filled with complexes. Ours is actually, in comparison, in my opinion, I think the Starborn pantheon is much more sane, save for their father Tyrannos, who I think is Tyrannos, who basically killed the majority of the older gods because he was convinced they were corrupt. Sweet, tabletops are awesome. See, I wish I could say that, like, in the same sense, because like I don't have memories of tabletop being out. I like the idea of tabletop. I always have. Never got a chance to play it though, because closest thing is tabletop sim, because, well, nobody lives around here. Period. I remember the plan was to have large and small scale combat. Is this still the plan? Oh yeah, we didn't mention warfare. And yes, that is still the plan. That has not changed. And his question is referring for new people. That is referring to the warfare system. The warfare system, we have fucking art for that. I even commissioned art for that, but I don't remember where I put it. I made a whole presentation on it even, because I had to convince the dev team to go with it. Oh, for God's sake, I don't even remember where I put it. God damn it. Actually, no, I know where some of it is. Oh, fuck. I'm sad. I need to find at least 2 pieces of art to demonstrate it fully. And I think I know where I can find one of the pieces of art. Okay, no, it looks like I don't know where I can find one. Oh, tragedy. I found the pieces. This is not good, chat. I made this presentation. I put it somewhere, but it was like after I made the presentation and showed it to people, I was like, why would I show it again? Well, case in point being fucking right now. God, I can't believe I worked on that and didn't fucking save it in an easy to get location. It's probably in the design doc if I had to guess, but I don't want to pull it up on stream because I don't know if I accidentally leak something there. That is not a risk I really want to take. Okay, that's the Celeste banner. That's the town square for the northeastern square. Okay, found it. That's one picture, but that's missing the other one. The most crucial one of all. Thank God I found them. There we go. I knew where they were. I just had to scroll up to get them. There we go. So this is a concept art for the warfare system. Concept art, not representative of in-game. This is basically me commissioning art for a presentation. A fairly expensive presentation, mind you. But this is one part of it. You can actually find it on our channel where I talk about it and actually show all the pieces of the art. Actually, it might not be a bad idea to just look on my own channel for it, honestly. I don't know why I thought about that. But here you can see just different demonstrations. REEE's highlighted there, but this is the warfare mode. Warfare mode is basically you control an army on a tile grid. There's no micro squares implemented on this grid because there's no need to demonstrate the difference between bigger and smaller creatures, because it's very much, the map is already zoomed out in a sense where you wouldn't really notice the difference. So there's fog of war and the stylish approach, and then, trees and whatnot. And they'll be like, the terrain gets muddier and more damaged as, units fight on it. There's a lot of attention to, like, the gruesomeness of combat. I feel like I've said that 1,000 times. Because I have. Because I have to regurgitate it. Because we're always getting new people. So you gotta tell people, the new people, because they don't know. And then there's fire, forest, like there's a grass fire over there. And you can see the tiles are damaged. And when you go into the tiles, they'll actually be like muddier. Like here you can see, this was fully green once. It's muddier because there's been a lot of movement on it. So it's like getting worn. It's a forest tile. And you can see on the right hand, Nefir Cord troops, because we only had placeholders implemented in that picture. I wonder where we put the actual ones, though. That would have been in the presentation. Can we find the presentation in a reasonable amount of time?
Can we use NATO unit counters for the warfare mode?
No.
Serious questions only, please.
Well, the thing is, to give him a semi-serious answer, it's like, well, I mean, NATO unit counters don't really work for this era.
They probably will go, what's a NATO?
No, Fairman, that's not even what I mean, just like looking at the units themselves.
Will the game be a years-long story, or will it tell about an event in a short period of time? Short period of time? Here, let me break it down my way, because I prefer my way over yours, okay? The game's story takes place over a amount of time, and will allot amount of times based on how much time needs to be set to that. So, for instance, if the characters are traveling over the seas, obviously showing months of sea travel isn't going to be fucking interesting, where they just sit on a boat and look around. If there's anything of noteworthy that happens during that travel, though we will demonstrate it, character progression, story, a character revelation on the boat or something that takes place, yeah, we'll dedicate time to it. But, like, we'll time skip, like, if you go from Galay to or the Astrian Empire to the Galay, or to see if it show you the Shoyo Empire or something like that. Like, we're obviously going to progress the time, because having the player just sit there and stare at the screen for 6 months or 6 in-game months, even if the time, because we have a day-night cycle in our game, that would take forever, and that would just be awful.
There would be some kind of what was it game called, the Jurassic Park, or evil genius stuff.
Oh, it actually reminds me. Actually, I like your question more now, because I just remembered. Sieges. So a siege battle's happening, and narratively, for whatever reason, and the siege battle will take place, maybe a month, maybe 3 months, maybe 4 months, maybe... I don't think we'll go into years, because the problem is there's only a certain amount of years that can take place in game, narratively speaking. No, I want to stare. You can mod that if you want to. You can. But yeah. I'm also 100% serious. Animals and nature are very interesting to me. Oh, yeah, you want to talk about animals. Okay. So, this is a big one. It's hard to talk about because there's a lot, and we have some art for it that I could bring up. Actually, hold on. It wasn't done that long ago, but problem is we make so much progress that it gets fucking buried. Oh my god. Man, when I look in the dev server, the amount of progress we make is incredible. Okay, I found it. It wasn't too terribly far up, because we only worked on it like a month ago. So, we're lucky. There's one of our little beasties. This is a work in progress. One of the various concepts for, like, a bovine-style animal. There are different types of animals in the universe. Like, we don't... It's not just cows, chickens, and horses. There are, like, cows and chickens, sorta, but they're very different. The biosphere isn't quite the same, as well as the animals. Like, there are horses, but there are also other mountable creatures. And the river cities of Vatsty, which is actually one of the more, in my opinion, very, very interesting areas. I can't wait till we actually get to work on that more and show more art from there. But the problem is that's like not needed art assets. It's off to the side. But there, they mostly live on little peninsulas on the river, like deltas and stuff, and like maybe isolated islands and stuff in Vatsty, because the forest, the jungles, are so deadly to man that it's almost impossible to tame. It's also why many of the empires, the Astrian Empire, the Novarian Dominion, even the Luminarians at their peak, thousands of years ago, couldn't settle the damn continent because it was so fucking inhospitable. The river cities, the people who are indigenous to the region, couldn't even settle it. They don't even live on the land half the time. Most of the time they spend on their river cities, which are floating little cities that float down these massive rivers because it's such a wet land. There's so much water there. So yeah. And these river cities travel around and do stuff, but they have different creatures. They've actually have these giant things that are fucking great. I always call them crubs because they're chubby and fat. I can't show you the art for them, mostly because that would involve me scrolling up for about a century, because we've made so much progress since we've worked on the crubs. We were working on them just to start working on monsters, to start feeling out what monsters look like. They were one of the first monsters we worked on, actually. They are kind of like sort of like a horse almost, but they're crustacean-like animals that have been tamed over hundreds of years of selective breeding and whatnot, compared to their other counterparts, which are much more feral and much more deadly. But they've been able to, eat them. They actually use their shells for armor. And as other things, even some constructions actually use their shells and stuff. They recycle a lot of elements of those animals, and it's interesting how it's affected their culture. But one thing I always thought was fucking hilarious is the fact that they're actually kind of like horses, because they do actually ride them around. Problem is the big little lads can't quite fit in the bigger ones can't get out of the water because their bodies are too heavy and they're not able to sustain themselves. Like the mother ones, they can't. They're too fat. But the male ones can actually get out of the water in quite a ways. We actually had a whole fucking thing talking about the bone structure and justifying how that shell would work and how that creature and organism can survive. Because one of the big problems with these creatures is they can't quite like work in the same vein that like a horse can on land, because they're much more in their element than the water. Ghost says, okay, I'm convinced to rejoin the Discord. Why did you leave? Our Discord server is the best. Ban him. No.
That sounds more like he's just saying Discord, period. Also, I hope that answers people's questions about the warfare system.
Yes. If there's further questions, feel free to ask. Draconis Wyvern asks, gums, germs, and steel. Fuck. Remind me to timestamp this section of the video, because it does talk about culture a little bit. Though a lot of this stuff has been mentioned actually in the Discord server. That's why I'm carefully saying choosing what I tell them. Because I don't want to tell them bits of lore which they'll figure something out. My biggest fear is that these little bastards will figure something out. Because they're too smart. Like, I gave them one thing I shouldn't have. I should not have given them. I'm not going to say what. They saw it. Somebody saw it. And they connected the dots. And like the red flags went off. And I just simply sort of like, cute. Like, or funny. Yeah, maybe. And then like secretly I was like, fuck. That was quick. Like, if you give them an ounce, they'll take a mile. You can't trust chat. They're too smart.
Yes, you give them a volume and they take it of unit of distance. I understand.
I know.
He's like, you start to fuck up. Kibs not that smart.
Don't use big words on me. No, kidding. Ever again. Oh my god. Pazak, shut up. Georges. Nah.
Zach is a lovely game. I don't know what you're talking about.
There will be more mini games in the game later, but like I've said, they're not really important right now because it's more focused on getting the combat prototype done. There is one major setback. Actually, we haven't talked about. I've mentioned it previously on other streams, and this setback is actually one of the I think the more interesting setbacks we faced, and it was a voluntary setback. We decided that we were going to proceed with the level editor after much consideration and deliberation on it. It became very apparent that if we invested in a level editor, a robust level editor that we could design the missions, the world, and the quests in, we could actually offload the work off of our already overworked poor programmers and put it onto the writing and design team instead. Because I'm pretty, yes, I am struggling to keep on top of everything, but I'm pretty sure down the line when this level editor is done, even if I can't invest all the time into it, I do know that Hanse and Fairman and Bubbles have some spare time, and that we can all work together and invest that time to further the level designs, which would take that workload off the programmers and would put it on us. We can handle that workload. Therefore, alleviating the programmers, allowing them to focus more on programming and implementing new mechanics and systems, while we're able to start building the world and levels and stuff and getting the quests together, and even maybe doing some basic level scripting with the in-game scripting system that we're going to do with the editor that we're hoping will work well. The level editor is designed basically, if you're familiar, to be kind of similar to Warcraft 3's. I was greatly inspired by Warcraft 3 when it came to its editor, because I realized that an editor as robust as that has many uses. Number one, potentially giving it to the user base as well. Allowing them to use it would be an easy way for modding and importing assets into the game. If you wanted to import a custom Pepe companion, you could. And you could just literally load the level files, which we've discussed making them into text files so they'd be easily more editable for modders. So we put actual consideration in there for modding and modders to try to make it more friendly to them. It's important to do that at an earlier stage, and otherwise there'll be actual problems down the line. Another thing that that has done though is I talked to Tyler and we did agree. Short term, it's going to suck because the combat prototype is going to suffer in terms of speed of development, but in my opinion, that will help long term with the development of the game, because that level editor will be very nice just all around. Because, oh my god, there's a lot of level work that needs to be done with this game. And honestly, having to work with the artists and then the writers, the designers, us, as well as then conveying our stuff, trying to convey to the artists, trying to also convey to the programmers, is just adding too many possibilities for things to just get lost in translation, which makes things complicated. Simply just having it between us and the artists when it comes to level design will make it a lot easier, I think. And there'll be less chance for miscommunication. Boogman, no! He's like, tacos. Too fat? Kibs likes. No, hippos. And somebody, Draconis, mentioned something interesting. Guns, germs, and steel. Yes, cultures are very much affected by their environment, the animals that live there, and the things in their... It
And
shapes
grain.
them. Grain, yeah. Like, I haven't even read Guns and Germs and Steel, but I know the principle is the same. Probably
Fucking
should,
hate
but...
the first half of that book.
But the thing is,
He's
listen,
speaking in
don't...
tongues.
Before you get distracted on that, it's important to note... I forgot what I was going to say. That I think everybody can understand that cultures are very much shaped by the regions they are formed in. So, you know, if it's in a Mediterranean ocean region, it'll become powerful and maritime-based, or will be maritime-focused, sort of like Concordia did. That's also why Concordia has a wood problem, because they overuse their wood for ships and shipbuilding, and also the whole Olnir Empire was another problem. Granted, that was like 300 years before the game started, if I remember right. Modding support, yes, yes. Generally, yes. I do want there to be implementations for that. Purely because I think there's no reason not to. I'm not going to speak for everyone else on the team, because that'd be rude. But I've always been a big proponent for modding. Yes, I know our game would be a lot more... It's going to be an interesting thing to mod for, because you'd have to make sprites, and that is sort of a lost art. but I still think that players, if they want to, should be able to edit the files and change things if they desire. Because honestly, I don't see why not. If somebody wants to put a Pepe in the game, they can. If somebody wants to change the value on the stats of things, they can. If somebody wants to remove enemies and break the game's storyline and quest lines, I think they should be allowed to do that. I think giving the player more freedom to mess with the game is just another nicety. But that's just me. Can we tame the animals? I want a spider-scorpion army. I don't even know how to answer that.
No.
Probably not is the answer, I think.
I
Side
think you're
note.
looking at the wrong game if you're wanting a animal-based army.
Play
Mad,
RimWorld, that one of us said.
Madworld asks, or says, side note, just open up an Indiegogo or Fig page so I can pre-order already. See, while I do appreciate the sentiment there, and that makes me very happy that people would like to pre-order, I am vehemently against the idea of you guys buying the game right now. Now, I did make a special deal, and I did talk with my development team, because I wanted their approval beforehand, and I've said this was ages ago too, by the way, like years ago, maybe 2 years ago, right when we started opening up Patreon and Subscribestar for donations for the YouTube channel, because we take that money and we put it in the game. If people donate a certain amount of money, I don't know what, because I don't know how much the game is going to cost. We haven't even thought about that. I do know that I would never want to exceed the number 40. And I do know that if I go below 20, my neck will be snapped. Because that is the ballpark area. I refuse to go above 40 because I just think that's unethical. And going below 20, I know that I'm certain members, I'm not going to say who, I will die. I'll be murdered. But
A banana placed upon your corpse.
a certain banana. Can't. I know, because it has to generate actual profit, because right now it's always been a net loss. It's been working that way for a long time, and will remain to do that for many years. But yes, back to the reason why I don't want to do pre-orders and pre-purchasing or a Kickstarter right now. Number one, I don't want people to put money into a game if they don't have something tangible. If people donate to the channel, I've told them several times, if you donate to Patreon, if you donate to Subscribestar, I take that money and I put it in the game. Why? Because that's where I want to do with it. It's my dream. I want to make this game and I want this to succeed, and that's what I want. That's all I want to do. Like at the end, my end goal of my life is to run Battle Damage Studios as my lifetime job. That is what I want to do. I want to make games. That's all I want to do. And that's my goal. I'm relatively simple in that regard. My ambition is a little absurd, but I'm simple in the sense that I just want to make entertainment things. Now, my ambition is I'd love to make a fucking movie about this universe and maybe a fucking trilogy, but those are daydream fantasies that will probably never come true. But yeah, I don't want people to put money into the game directly. I don't want them to purchase it, and I don't want to do a Kickstarter because I don't want to take money, and I don't want to do that because I don't want to limit myself on what I can do. By making so many promises, because you have to make promises on Kickstarters, you have to make things and stretch goals and items to deliver on. What that does is it limits what I can do in terms of the experimental phase. What we're doing now, and what I've said several times, is we're doing the prototype stage. How long is this game going to take to develop? As long as it needs. It's not going to be done this year. Certainly not going to be done next year. The most closest thing we have to getting done is going to be the close combat prototype. And even then, I talked with the team, and we kind of all agreed, there are certain things that must be met on a checklist because we have standards. Our studio has a policy on standard quality assurance and delivery, meaning it must be the absolute best. When we present our prototype, I don't want to just present a unfinished buggy build. I want to present something that basically demonstrates the vision of what we have in mind, both artistically with the sound and the music that Robert's working on. The music that Robert's working on is actually part of this, by the way. A lot of the art that you see with the emote 2.0s for the game, using body language and stuff, that is also for the combat prototype. All the assets I'm developing right now are for the combat prototype. there's a huge checklist of stuff that needs to be done, and we're trying to fill up all those checklist things. Once those checklist things are done, we're going to review the combat prototype. Once it's reviewed, we will then we'll decide as a team whether we're proud to present it or not. If it's not in a presentable state that we can say, I'm proud to present this, it will not be ready. I refuse to present something that is not complete and make people download something that's buggy and unfinished. These high quality standards have shot myself in the foot several times, but such is the nature. That's why our game looks fucking great. That's why our game looks like a potato right now. If you watch Robin stream, you can see what the code looks like, actually. Robin streams, by the way, his channel is linked in the description. Not description, sorry. If you go to our channel homepage, you know what? Fuck it. I'll go get it myself. I'm not gonna make you guys follow retarded instructions if you want to look. I'll do it my fucking self. There. If you want to check out Robin, also known as Cashew, great guy. He's our lead animator. He does the sprites. He also does coding. You can check him out. Here's a link to his channel. He streams our games development on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You can follow him on our Discord and his Twitter as well. He sometimes doesn't stream development stuff just because, you know, he's got other stuff, you know. But I gave him permission to start streaming the game so because people were curious. They wanted to see behind the scenes on the development. You can actually watch him working. On the last stream, I actually was watching, or I was there when he was doing it, he was developing still working on the rooms. We're trying to get the rooms ready so we get different rooms and buildings so we can get elevation, stuff like that implemented. It's been very difficult to get done, but he's doing it. There's been some serious problems. Oh, God. Well, not serious problems. I'm actually surprised. Robin is remarkably intelligent when it comes to that stuff. I fucking wouldn't know how to do that crap. But damn, dealing with, like, the second floor was interesting. There were so many weird bugs where you'd slide out of the building and it'd be like, Game's like, where is... The player is, like... I forget what it was. It was like the player was not on the second level. They were just, like... They couldn't slide back. I can't remember. They'd slide back in the building, but they couldn't go back upstairs or something. It was weird. Then there was the doorway bug. Buildings are interesting. Buildings need to be coded separately because they have to interact differently with the dynamic lighting system, and they have to work differently with how the tiles work and whatnot. And the game needs to recognize buildings because the AI has to behave different with buildings as well. Proud to support you and the team on Patreon. Wishing you guys all the best. Thanks, Haid. Your support means a lot, actually. And don't forget... Okay, so this is something I need to tell you guys because there's a lot of you here, and a lot of you have actually given a lot to us. More than I would ever expect, and I'm so grateful. Because, honestly, there's no way in hell. No way in hell I could actually be working... We could have as many people working as much as we do. It is actually entirely thanks to you guys, because I was talking to Fairman about this, and I'm a bit ashamed to admit it, but I blew all my money on our artists, actually, relatively in the early beginning of the month, because we've increased the art team size in terms of production of art, and with 3D models on the side, and with paying Robin, you know, for music, and on top of all the other art assets, because we're trying to keep the art team paid, because the programmers are working on their spare time, but I want to keep compensating people for the hard work they're putting, because I expect the best, and I give them, you know, what they're worth, which is all of my money. But, like, there's no way. Like, I think I burned through all of our development. If Carlos wasn't taking a break, I would not be able to afford to pay him. But thanks to you guys, I actually can afford to pay them full time. Sala actually makes a living. He lives and is able to subside off of working for Battle Damage Studios on commission, which is remarkable that we have people working actually full time. And I am very grateful that you guys have actually helped me do that. So special thanks for everyone. And even if you're not donating, it doesn't matter. You simply being here is contributing to helping the project. You don't need to donate if you don't want to, and you shouldn't feel obligated to because you don't have to. Regardless of what happens, we'll get it done either way. But I actually want to discourage people in donation. Don't donate if you're uncertain, because there's no harm in waiting. Because at the end of the day, like, it's going to be a while for this prototype's done. We're not going anywhere. We're going to keep working on it. And there's no harm. There's no harm in it. Save your money. You know, there's Christmas coming up. You got family. Focus on family. I'm surprised we haven't really lost any subscribers or patrons on Christmases. I would have expected people to be like, yeah, let's save money, but I don't know, maybe I'm just
Do
retarded.
Christmas shopping. I haven't done it yet.
Well, the age of Kibs doing Christmas gifts for all the entire dev team, I think, are over.
I don't even mean people that I like. I mean my family, the social obligation one. Where it's
I
like
know.
you have to give people in your family stuff. It's like,
For a few years, I
Oh.
was, or for
You-
what, 1 year or so, I was giving the dev team like a little bit of a pay, like bonus money, like everyone on the team. I did that for 1 year where I gave everybody something. And I was like, wow, that was nice. But now that we've transitioned to artists working full time, yeah, sadly, that's
I
not
still technically haven't even
now.
downloaded once. I think the gift you gave me last year.
I hate you.
I mean, it was. Which game was it?
Was it Halo?
No, Fairman. It wasn't that.
Okay,
Doom
I've been so
somewhere?
far distracted. We need to read super chats. I've been so focused on like just staring at chat. I haven't looked at supers.
Banner Alert.
Now,
that was it.
fortunately, we don't have
Ah.
many, which is good because I feel bad that I've taken an hour to get to you, El Tagasto, and I think get a real cut. Oh no, thank God I read you there. Okay, I've taken an hour to get to El Tagasto. It's time to read him. Sorry about taking so long. He donates $5. Thank you very much. Say, Kibs, thank you for doing this Q&A. I'm relatively new to this channel, not even whole year yet. My big question is, who would win in a fight? You're Bruce Lee. Probably Bruce Lee. I think I'd get my ass kicked. I don't think I'm gonna do very well. Now, if you give me a gun, I might have a fighting chance. Maybe.
Depends on the range where it starts.
No, don't worry about it. Honestly, chat, we're getting there. I'm stressed, but that's besides the point. We're getting there. The one thing that I have to constantly remind myself, because I have a bit of anxiety when it comes to our development, like, I used to have it really bad where, like, if things didn't get done and, like, when they needed to, like, if there was a bug, like, I'd fucking just overreact to it. I've gotten better at that. But fuck bugs. Bugs make me angry. It's like, oh, why is that thing not done? Because of that bug. It's like, fuck that bug. Bug. Programmers are smart. They'll figure it out. They're smarter than Kib. Kibs couldn't even beat a 71-year-old man. I probably could if I used a gun. I return to studying. Good luck with studying, Ghost Jeff. How many potato batteries would be needed to run the game? I have no idea at the moment. There was a problem when we were implementing the dynamic lighting system for the day and night cycle, where the what's the word? Where the game's performance and frame rate dropped to like 4 frames per second or something. It was a bug though. We fixed it. It works fine now. It had to do with something how it draws. The programmers were talking about something that was beyond Kibs' understanding about rendering and how the game rendered stuff, and they were fixing that. After they had fixed that, it seemed to have absolutely eliminated that problem. Which, thank God. 4 frames per second might be a bit rough. Are you winning, Kibs? Kinda, yeah, actually. In terms of development, we're making lots of progress. But it's like we've said several times internally. There's not a lot we can show outside of art, because if we show too much, the problem is people will gain the wrong expectations, because the problem is, despite how many times you tell people, you know, hey, this is a work in progress, hey, this is likely to change, people will be like, where did that thing go? It's like, turns out that thing sucked. That thing is gone now. And now we have a better thing. Will the game run on a Samsung Galaxy Watch? I mean, technology is getting quite powerful. I actually wouldn't be surprised if someday would run on some sort of thing like that. Maybe it would. I don't know. Fuck, like your phones can play Company of Heroes, Rome Total War, and fucking Knights of the Old Republic nowadays. Like, what the fuck? That's remarkable. Man, I've talked myself into a sore throat, I'm sad.
You have been talking for 3 hours almost.
Yes, but there are people who have questions, and we shall do our best to answer them. Right. How many potato batteries would be needed to run the game? Reddit. Good luck in the game. I return studying. Reddit. That was Gochoku. Kibs, 71-year-old man. Reddit. Our game's not done, chat. Fix it. Make it finish faster. Oh, that's the problem, too. We've had actually the number of people, very kindly, by the way, very kindly, and I'm very grateful for, they've actually offered to help with like programming and whatnot, or something, some other form of stuff. But one of the issues is, if they're not up to snuff with, or sniff, or whatever the fuck the phrase is, with, what was it, C#? My brain right now is just pulling a blank. I think it's Unity C#. We're coding and programming in C#. It's something with a C.
It's one of those. I forget which one.
But yeah. The problem is if a programmer wants to join the team and help with the coding, like, there's two major problems. One, infrastructure. There's already like 3 programmers working on stuff, and when combining the code, there's a lot of problems. 2, skill level. We had people who were like, "Oh, I'd like to help. Like, I'll be trained. Like, I'm willing to be trained to help, or like willing to learn and stuff like that." The problem is like, yeah, we can't afford to help train you. Like, that's the problem. Because we already have a time limit for programmers, which is the next fucking question that needs to be solved. My next goal for the YouTube channel is to try to make it make more money for one specific reason. If I could hire Disco full-time, or if I could hire Tyler full-time, either one would be acceptable. If we could just have a full-time programmer, that would definitely help. But here's the problem. This is just me speculating out loud. There'll be new problems. Train me, Kibs.
Will always be new problems.
I saw Robin use C#. Then it's C#. That's what it is, or with the hashtag, which I think is sharp. There's a bunch of languages in Unity. C# is probably the least painful.
And if you're going to go off technically, you could also pronounce that C-pound.
What?
Will there be some sort of gotcha mechanic for the NFT aficionados? No. There's going to be no gotcha mechanic. I don't even know why you'd ask. In terms of content support and patches and stuff, patches are planned. In terms of DLC, there is no plans for DLC. Because there's no plan to cut content, so there's no, I don't see a reason to make DLC unless it's an expansion pack. An expansion pack would be additive content to the vision. We'd be exploring new ideas and concepts. Because there's zero plan to implement that, and there's also a, what's the word? A policy in Battle Damage Studios, our studio, where we do not cut corners, we do not cut content. Period. That was me shooting in myself in the other foot, several times. It was very painful. Painful in the sense that it's like, okay, the warfare mechanic, like, it's one of those things that it was tricky to figure out in terms of design, but it was one of those things that's like, we need to express that this greater wars is taking place, and that there's all these characters, and that it's building into this great thing, right? And to simply cut out war would be just bad. Like, the no cut corner thing refers to, like, if it's essential. That's why I made a entire fucking presentation, because I had to convince the team that, well, I thought this was essential. And I think that this is simple. That's why I designed the entire warfare system to be basically using the apparatus of the basic combat system. Number one, so that it's very similar for the player to see, so that when they transition from basic combat to warfare combat, the differential isn't a massive like jump. Number two, because a lot of the code from the basic combat system can be recycled and put back into the warfare mechanic system, therefore not causing too much additive programming time, which adds bloat. That's why the minigame crap is like not even a priority. That's shit. We're not worrying about that shit till everything else is done, because that's just, I don't want to think about it. I do not want to think about it. Like the fishing minigame, which there is a plan for, and I leave it in Bubbles' capable hands to handle that. Thank God for delegation. That'll be done by him. What, steal disco from Sargon? I mean, I just need programmers. I wouldn't want to steal, though. Honestly, if like that, I don't think that's going to happen, by the way. But if ever such an instance would occur, I would be very polite about it. In terms of, like, if disco wanted to work for us instead of Sargon. Hypothetically, how I'd envision that. Which, again, this isn't happening. Because I don't have that money. Or resources, period. But how it would hypothetically happen is, like, there'd be a massive notice beforehand. Because, well, it's courteous. Should be courteous. Hire unpaid interns, paid with exposure. No. Honestly, I feel bad enough that the programmers are working on their spare time. I also feel bad that technically the writers are too. They don't get a fucking penny. Hanse and Fairman and Bubbles, they work basically on their spare time as well. I definitely don't see any profit. I see net negatives in terms of like revenue, but that's to be expected. Will there be age progress or one given age? Will there be age progress or one given age? I assume you're thinking of terms like civilization, like teching up. No, there will be none of that because, well, technically speaking, you won't be able to move from the industrial age to the modern age because, well, the game follows a core set of characters through a specific event. The Crisis of 1022 AE refers to after Enlightenment, which is after the reformation of the Celestial Order under the Starborn Pantheon. Because they view that as the enlightenment of them coming out of the Dark Age and shining their beacon of light. I scared myself with that with the bit thing. Get a real cut donates a bit. Thank you very much. Say Q programmer's salary secured meme.
You see, the issue is when you say that, I just think of the meme where it's like someone complaining about not getting their salary right, then someone else is like, wait, you make that much, I make this much, and then someone's like, what, you make that much, and the last person is like, you get paid?
No.
That could be our dev team if we weren't honest and open. We have been extremely open, I feel, when it comes to our development. Generally feel like we're pretty open about it because you need to be honest. It's important to be honest and clear with things. That's why I'm absolutely clear with the fact that, like, the game's going to take a while to develop. We had an initial estimate for the prototype, and then we encountered what was called reality. Reality was like, firstly, that's not going to happen. Two, well, here's a bucket load of bugs that you definitely didn't even account for, even though you had pre-planned for bugs when you made the initial estimation. And here we are. Because we did make an estimation, by the way, for the original combat prototype, and I will tell you, it was, I think it was like this summer of 2021. And I think there was one for 2020 as well. And they kept getting pushed back. Number one, inexperience. Number two, unrealistic expectations. And number three, bugs.
Bugs plus part-time work plus deadlines don't usually mix.
We realized very quickly that we couldn't do deadlines, and what it was doing to team morale was it was actually causing the programmers to have an insane amount of stress because they had to reach unrealistic deadlines with spare time while they're also working full-time jobs, which is why we actually removed those deadlines because it was actually causing harm internally. Team morale is important. That's why it's important to make sure an artist doesn't get burnt out. That's why I make sure Sala is actually rotated in what he does. If he gets burnt out, that's bad. That means art freezes and stuff doesn't get done. So when Sal's like, I'm really like working on this thing, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna give you lots of work for that thing. And then when he's like, yeah, man, I'm getting burnt out, I'm like, all right, let's go transition to do something else. Let's work on the UI some more now. It's important to consider your team morale and your team spirit because your team is essential. A burnt out artist can still produce art, yes, but the art will drop in quality. And we have such a high level of art quality that our art is always important, that when our art is made, our characters, like, they are filled with soul. The artist, I know Sala. Sala pours his heart into those characters. He puts as much thought into them as I do. And in ways I never do. So it's absolutely essential that when he's working on those characters, he's able to do it, with absolute full energy. In the same vein, when I'm burnt out on working on a plot point or something, I don't sit there and smash my head against it. I'm like, okay, I can't write anything about this right now because I don't know where to go. So I'm going to go work on something else. I'm going to go write this. I'm going to go work on a design doc. I'm going to go do something else. Still be productive, but I'm going to shift my attention away for a bit, and I'm going to come back when I'm refreshed and able to think more clearly. All right, super bits. 100 bits to say 100 bits. Thank you for the bits. He does a bit say, well, the infinite Amazon couldn't make a good game. That's true. Also, in regards to publishers, yes, Kibs could take an easier route. We could do a Kickstarter, we could do publishers, and that would help escalate and provide more resources. The problem is that compromises some principles that we have. Number one, we will not force our game to adhere to weird fucking contemporary politics that a publisher might push on. A publisher might also push to incorporate mechanics like multiplayer when other things aren't done. I refuse to negotiate on that. We are going to design the game. It is going to be the best possible game we can make, and we will pour our heart and souls into that game and hope to God it succeeds. Even though I don't believe in God. Listen, you'll find God when you work on an indie game. That or you'll lose it. Will you make a new topic? Asks V. I'm not even going to pretend to read that name. VT will say. His name is VT. Vidi now. Sounds Italian. Will you make a new topic group on Discord for people to play the tabletop together? When the tabletop is done, sure. Sure, definitely. Well, you should be able to use the gaming room just to ask if people want to play it. But I don't know. I guess we'll play it by ear and we'll see what happens. In regards to the tabletop, we haven't really talked about that because it's not really related to the video game. It's actually a side project. Yes, there is a tabletop in development. Yes, there's art that's been made, and we are working on it on the side when we have spare time from the game. But we're mostly just working on miniatures of the mascots for the channel, and then we'll make some miniatures for the game, and then we'll start making miniatures for the first Astrian cohort. That's going to take a long time to do, because we have one guy, Baffio's a great guy, and he's basically got to make all of it. It's a lot of work. I'm not going to put pressure on him, because I'm already impressed that he's able to handle this work on top of his full-time job. And I'm surprised I have money to even afford this endeavor. It's honestly, if you save money, you can actually really do stuff. Like if you push yourself. It's incredible. You could potentially open to investors, but only against non-voting shares once you're corporate. I am going to abstain from that, period. No investors, no external influences, period. The vision will remain pure. Yes, that's retarded in terms of like thinking about it in terms of money making, because it's not going to make us a lot of money. But honestly, it's the principle about it. I want to make video games, and I want to make stories I want to tell, and I want to make games I can be proud of. And honestly, the only way I can do that is honestly with the sweat, blood, and tears of, everyone else but me. I'm sorry, Fairman, but God damn it, I just made fun of you and everyone else. And you weren't even listening. Whatever, doesn't matter.
I'm not bleeding.
You need fishing. Yeah, we're gonna add a fishing minigame. Be quiet. It's
Fishing is
only because
okay.
the 4K fishing stream, and then honestly because there was such a compelling argument by the audience to add more minigame stuff, and thanks to you guys, you've inspired Sala to fucking advocate for a cooking minigame, which I'm not gonna say that we are gonna do because honestly, we have too many problems on our plate, and there's no reason to add more. Right now, we're gonna focus on things we have and things we need. Oh my god. But yeah, external shares for the game company or the studio, no. I don't want any external influences. I don't want anybody to have authority over the team or me. Like, the thing is, what's going to make our game great is going to be the stuff we create with the work we do. And honestly, the pressure that this game has made has also forced us to improve and change and grow as people. Like, we've had to learn how to do stuff. We had to push outside of our comfort zones when working on this game. And honestly, that level of competition, that level of, need to evolve and need to struggle is actually one of the driving forces of what's made our games have such compelling art, what's made it have such compelling animation work, and what's made its story develop into what it is. We might do a story Q&A just for Bogman, because I feel a little bad that poor Bogman hadn't get anything fun out of this. And Bogman's been a supporter for a long time. Maybe for the long-time supporters, but it will have to be curated. Like, I'm gonna have to lay out some ground rules for the questions, because there's certain questions I can't answer. Like, how many endings will there be? Like, number-wise, I'm not telling you. What kind of endings? I can't tell you. There'll be endings. Like, certain questions can't be answered because you just really, like, I don't want to spoil it for anyone, Part of the fun of a game and part of the fun of Legends of Terrestria, in my opinion, is not necessarily just all the gameplay, but it's the idea of discovering and learning, the exploration of a game, the exploration of a new world. And I don't want to deprive the players or the potential players from that experience. Which is why I'm very careful in what we talk about. If you go with Indiegogo, says El Degusto / Kickstarter, after the game is made, it would allow you to find publishing it as well, or allow you to find publishing it as well as merch to advertise. Okay, so yeah, let me talk a little bit about the plan. Also, hello Strato. He donates $5. Say hello, friends. How it goes? It goes actually fairly well. So in terms of the thing, I've been fairly open with this. I think I've been fairly open about everything, really. But that's my opinion. Of course, it's got to be biased that way. We intend for the game to be, what's the word? I've said public domain. Retarded. I'll break my own neck before that happens. But while I'm alive, at least. What's the word? Stop! You're distracting me. What is it? Oh, Kickstarter. Yeah. We intend to use Kickstarter. It is on the list of things to do, but I'm not going to use Kickstarter until the game is basically finished. Number one, because I want the demo of Chapter 1 to be out so people can play it before they invest money. To ask people to invest that amount of money into our game, to basically beg them to do it, is unethical in my opinion. I want them to be able to download something, to play it and feel it for themselves, so that if they want to invest money in our project, that they know what they're getting, that they understand what they're getting, that they have, actual proof of what it feels like and what it plays like, that they know that we actually are going to deliver on that. Fun, not find. Oh, okay. When it comes to funding, honestly, I think I can carry that on my shoulders still. My shoulders are going to be, broken by the time it's over, but whatever. Honestly, the Kickstarter would not actually be for helping publish the game. Publishing it on Steam isn't too difficult. On consoles would be difficult, but honestly, we'll worry about a console port later. The game is designed first for PC, and we will not do anything with console until the PC version is done, if we decide that we want to do something with that, if there's a demand for it that is justifiable for the expenditure. I'm not sure I was assured by the programmers many times that it actually is going to be remarkably easy to port this game to a lot of platforms because it's actually not incredibly insane, but I don't know. I have no idea. I'll defer to the programmer's judgment on that because they're more knowledgeable in that field. Let's do a generalized explanation of lore and faction just to set the stage. I mean, I want to do that, but I actually want to do that in a video. So one of the reasons why I haven't done a lore video, or one of the reasons why I don't answer a lot of, like, for example, Bogman's questions today, because Bogman actually raises good questions, by the way. He has good questions. Nothing but the best questions, actually. He's asking about culture. He's asking about all the things that I would love to talk about. But I can't talk about not on this stream too much, because you've seen what it does. But I want to actually do dedicated lore videos where I make actual custom art assets for them and actually do sort of like a lore video on it instead with a cool presentation rather than just telling people it. Because sometimes I think telling is okay, but showing is better. I want to show them. I want to show them. When I tell them and describe to them, when Thera, or was Thera? I don't remember. Thessa? The mother of Kriya. When she does her that one spell during the siege of that city across the river Osos with General Ilos, it left a scorch mark on the wall, or it blistered the walls like white, and they've been white. The ruins are still like bleak white to this day, the ones that stand, and that caused a firestorm in the city, which killed a lot of people. Gyneliquin says, I work for EA. Console conversion with Unity is not necessarily hard, but the approval process is an absolute bitch. Yes, that is the thing. Honestly, what I would to touch back with what you people had asked with the Kickstarter thing, why I would use Kickstarter would be for the voice work. It'd be for the voice work and maybe to use an external team. Fairman and myself and maybe Hanse, maybe with the help of Robert, we're gonna do the placeholder sound effects ourselves, which are again placeholders probably. But if we can manage to do it good, and we don't need to hire an external team, that'll be great. But the Kickstarter would be for hiring an external sound team, which there are specialists that do that. A lot of great specialists and a lot of great people out there. I've actually met one, a very nice person. They would be used for that. And the other thing that I want a Kickstarter for money-wise is voice work. The game is not designed in such a way to cut down on voice lines. A lot of games are designed, RPGs especially, they cut down on voice lines and they actually make dialogue fairly linear so that it doesn't have too many options, purely because they want to condense the amount of voice lines, because every line a voice actor has to do is more money. I am not going to constrain the game's writing to that thing. I'm going to constrain it to what's realistic. I'm not going to have you read like walls of text at a time. You'll be reading walls of text over time initially, but the stages will be, we'll do no voice acting at first because I do not have the resources to do that. Just flat. It's not feasible right now. Then, if we do a Kickstarter and it's somewhat successful and it's not fully successful, we'll do partial voice acting, where major voice lines for major quest lines are voice acted and the characters, like, damaged things are voice acted, but it won't be fully voice acted. Certain side quests and side things would not have voice work. Full voice acting would be preferred, but there's a problem. The problem is that I need to find a voice actor director dude who's a specialist, because if I do it myself, I'm not going to be that good at it. I need somebody who's more competent. One of the things I've understood when working on Battle Damage Studios, our team on the game Legends of Terrestria, is that I learned at an early on stage that I am not very good at art. I'm okay as like a sketch, like I can make like a little cute sketch or whatever, and like I can make like a neat little derpy dumb tune like on some audio software, but I'm not that great at these things, and I don't think I will be with the time I have. So I learned that I need to hire people who are better, they're better than me. They're professionals. They know what they're doing. They're more skilled. They're smarter when it comes to art, and they know what they're doing, so that I can focus on what I'm good at. And what I'm good at is coming up with ideas for mechanics and game design, and also writing the story and world building. Those are my strengths. I'm going to stick to my strengths and let my team members handle their strengths. And together, through teamwork, we'll build something great. Rather than something, with the jack of all trades, which would be okay. Brother Strato donates $5 to say, and thank you again to say, Kibs noises, soundtrack, lol. Oh, you sassy little bastard. If you weren't so sassy, I swear to God, you're going to get penciled. Oh, I can't wait for you guys to hear Robert's soundtrack.
Trusted. I would never forget. Strato can't be trusted.
The new combat track is really good. Robert, not to put any pressure on you, but it sounds really good. It sounds really good. I've listened to it on loop for a few times now, quite a few times, and can't play it here because that's an earlier version. But damn, Wrath of the Firstborn is good. So good. It's Rhea's combat theme. Sir Envy asks, is there a common language in your world as default, or are there many different ones? In canon, there are many different languages. This is true. However, for the sake of the player and for the sake of the audience, as well as for the sake of development time, I'm not going to waste time writing languages now. Might patch them in later, though. It's something I've considered. But generally, in lore, yes, there are different tongues. In fact, it's stated throughout various nation lore and culture lore that they have different tongues, and that these tongues have developed and evolved as time has gone on. So, they're changing as well. But that's not actually demonstrated because I don't have the time to actually develop the actual languages themselves. Not at this present date and time. There is one language that was partially developed, and that's the I can't say name because it's redacted. And that's what little Celeste speaks. So I can actually do some language stuff with her, actually. I actually said the word for hello, which is EO, if I remember right. Or EO or EO? I don't remember how to pronounce it. EO, it's like a higher pitch. That's hello, if I remember right. Their language is quite interesting, especially how their lettering works, because their lettering's weird. Because they have a mode of lettering, which is different letters elevate expression, which is, or not elevate expression, but they use this thing at the beginning of their sentence, if I remember right, to show the expression they wish to convey in their sentence or their structure. And it's weird. I don't remember what the original inspiration for that. I think it was actually, no, I think I do. I think it had to do with, I was actually looking at how language, no, I can't say that. Nope, that might actually be something. Whatever, doesn't matter now. You didn't hear nothing, chat. You heard nothing. Quiet. Can't talk about that. That's the problem. Tell you what, chat. When we have the game done, we're gonna do a stream where I can talk about everything, and it's gonna be called the Don't Fucking Watch stream. Because it's spoilers. Oh, that'll be so good. You think that's a cute hello because you imagine Celeste saying that, Robert. But try to imagine an old man saying that. You're like, oh, that sounds cute. Oh, man. It's more artistic than Japanese. Yeah, it's kind of special. It's derpy. But I kind of like it. Expression begins in the beginning of each sentence, if I remember right. So Celeste is an Elcor, duly noted. You know what? I didn't actually make that comparison. Kinda. Regrettably. Except it's only in their written language. Spoken, they don't do that.
I'm pretty sure they do that.
No. And I'm referring to the language Celeste speaks. Or learned, I guess. Learned would be the more apt. No, she does speak it, but she learned it. Technically. Well, actually, not technically. She did. Yeah. That just makes me think. Oh, fuck, I don't even know how you spell it in English. It's like E-I-Y? I don't remember. I don't know how to fucking emote, how you write that in English, because you need to sound like that. I don't remember much of their language. I remember I made a test sentence structures. Oh, yes, that's right. The hello structure, or not structure, the hello test, where I made several attempts for Celeste to say hello in like a test sentence. There's actually in the box over there, second edition. Different like greeting, like ways for Celeste to greet and how she would write it. It's like emote happy or evoke happy or something. I don't remember what it is. It's weird. I will say this, that writing their language, like actually or writing their text, sucks. I hate their letters. Letters so much. I made them way too complex. I'll need to like streamline them, I think, at some point. Like actually writing that language is a nightmare. Because writing out those sentences in that notebook sucked. It also sucked because I had to translate it. While also using the dictionary I made and also using the fucking like letter conversion thing I made. But they don't even have the same like amount of letters. Oh, it's awful. And that's when I learned that making languages is really fucking hard.
You know what to say?
Really fun. I will say this, though. It tickles the autism when you do it. If chat wants to try, if you ever decide to make up your own language, like, it is interesting because you gotta, like, okay, you gotta formulate a dictionary, you gotta formulate the vowels and how it sounds. Because here's how I tried to think of it. I actually took a little bit of inspiration from Tolkien in this regard. When Tolkien sort of, like, when he wanted to do the Elvish language, he wanted it to evoke a certain sense of, like feeling like a very soothing, silky sort of sounding, and I liked his approach, his thought process. I was like, yeah, that's really cool. Like you want to
For all
evoke
the
a
good
certain
races,
mood.
he basically did a lot of the softer languages, and then if he wanted like the evil or harsher races, he went towards like a more Germanic or like any language that was guttural.
Bit more guttural, more rough. You know, I really, really like his ideology, or his not ideology, but well, yeah, kind of his ideal on like linguistics. So like how I have it structured for when I actually get around to working on it is like Astrian is meant to be sort of a soothing, sort of easygoing kind of language to speak. At least the 1022 AE. If you go back to the Kanar era, it's a bit more rough, but it's different. Is it alphabetical, numerical, or pictogram? That spund one, however you spell it. Spund one. Eh? What? Spund one, however you spell it. What writing system are we talking about? What's the language? Eh? Is it alphabetical or numerical? Oh, the language of the can't say their name before I almost said it. Oh Jesus, I don't want to talk about this. I feel like I'll accidentally spill beans.
In this
It's a
case, yeah,
trap.
probably best you don't.
Their language is somewhat mirrored off like having an alphabet like A through Z, though they have some extra letters because they need them for the ways they pronounce words and what those letters do. What sounds they evoke. Is your game gonna be like FIFA where you release a new game every year with minor changes to it? You think we're gonna release a game every year? Oh boy. You are greatly misguided. Actually, when I was talking with little Bubbly Boo about it, like he was kind of like when we talked about this, it was a long time ago, I think before Hanse was on the team. But it was just me and him, I remember that. We mentioned like okay, and I'd had the same conversation with Tyler before. It's like, we could either make a lot of games like really quick and cheap, or we could make games we really want to make, which are going to be a lot harder. It's going to take a lot longer. And it's like a part of me is like, I'm making video games because I want to make them, not necessarily because I think it's a get rich quick scheme. Like, for all I know, that we're gonna make this game and it's gonna be like maybe a success and people like it, or maybe people that like it has a really good cult following, but it's not a huge commercial success. I mean, it kind of sucks because I don't get more months, but who cares? Like, that's life. The fun part is making the game. And like I've said before on several streams before, like, there's nothing I'd rather be doing than doing what I'm doing now with the game, like writing stuff and working with a team and whatnot. Like, that is where I'd like to spend my life, working on stuff like that. I like how Sala just DMs me. Oh, you guys are sweet. Sally. You know what? Let's see if Sally is awake. What other questions are there? Hello, Smee, Astrian. Read that. So Celeste is... I do like Celeste being an L-core, though. That makes me very happy.
Oh god, I can see the fan art.
That makes me very...
The Elko is her little face and like
Her little
stuff.
tribal purple markings. Those
And then the
purple
hair.
markings mean stuff, by the way. They're not just there because it makes her look cute. Here, you know what? For the people who don't know what Celeste looks like, it's time to pull her up. I think we'll get the sketch that Sal made. I'm going to try to summon Sala. Because then you get to hear a little bit from the artist, which would be great. Robert, you can get in here too, music boy. You're fucking dev team member. Why aren't you in here? Like I said earlier, the fucking dev team members could get in. I was kind of hoping that he would just get in here. But then he didn't. He just sat there.
Hello.
Oh shit, it's our little fucking Sally boy.
Hello.
We're talking about
talking about his
Celeste.
favorite character.
What? Who's my favorite character? I mean,
Aya.
Your favorite character is
Aw.
Aya. No, that's not true. We were talking about Celeste.
Yep.
And we were talking about something about language, and then chat was like, they imagine her as an L-core from Mass Effect. And I thought that was hilarious. When, if the game is successful, will you leave us? What do you mean, leave you? Why would I leave?
I think he implies that you will leave all of your earlier followers behind because you think you're better than them then.
Yeah, because you're a hot shot now.
Yeah.
You're hot shit.
No. I don't
Listen, he
think
already
so.
thinks he's better than you.
I mean, I am, but that's beside...
See?
I got him. Oh my god. There's Robert. Robert and Sala are here. They don't have icons, but they're here. I can hear Robert's
Wait, we have a
keyboard.
Robert in here?
Yeah.
Wait,
No.
Robert here?
No, we
It's
don't.
not.
I thought I heard him.
PNN.
Fuck, Robert, you betrayed me. I said I'm actually editing, lol, but I'm here with an ear. I'm gonna break your little Hungarian balls, you little bit. I'm kidding.
Robert, get in here or I'm gonna send you weird stuff.
Stop YouTube. I'm not gonna stop YouTube. Nothing, like, honestly, if the game becomes a full-time thing, like, I'll actually have more time for YouTube. Now, I know what you're thinking, like, what? But it's like, that's because I wouldn't have to do the anti-piracy stuff. But that's not a thing that's going to happen right now, and I'm going to help my dad with that because it's important. And there's no way in hell I could do that anyways, even if I wanted to. We simply do not make enough money to justify that. And I really don't like the idea of relying on YouTube and the generosity of others to not only sustain myself, but the entire dev team with. Something about that just fucking gives me the fucking like, oh god, that's not going to go well vibe. Good luck with
Relying
work.
on YouTube.
Smee
What
is
could go
Jin.
wrong?
Awesome. He's got some BT art in the work. It might be cursed, but at least there's more art. That's good. I am hearing things, apparently. Am I caught up? I am caught up. Good. Chat, are you depleted of questions? Sala. Sala's our lead character artist. Sala.
Yeah.
What are you
what's up?
working on right now? Tell chat.
Well, I am working on REEE Sprite for the dialogue system. If you guys, I have posted a few pictures of, like, you know, the embarrassed REEE and whatnot. Yeah, those are part of the dialogue portraits that I'm working on.
I will pull
Kibs
them up.
streaming. I hold on.
Aerith is technically the one streaming in here. We're streaming to chat right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, so that is the part that I'm working on, and if you see the each different poses, my plan is that each of the poses will have different facial expression as well as a sub variant. So you know, if there's a shock face on REEE, you know, another variant might be she's shock and also crying, or shock and angry, etc., etc. Those kind of, like, sub emotion, if that makes sense at all.
We also talked about different tiers of anger.
Yeah, definitely. So there's going to be a lot more. So currently there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 poses in total. I think I wanted to do 10, but we'll see how it goes, right? So there's 10 poses of the body language of the emotion, and then the facial expression is on top of those.
Yep. And then we are going to do, after that, we're going to do the combat one. Right. Which has a bunch of separate
Yeah,
ones.
there'll also be combat as well. Yeah, I forgot.
There's one thing I just sort of realized that I didn't think about until now. If we have dialogue ones where she has her sword out, what if there's no reason for her to have her sword out? I didn't think about that.
See, that's the
until
thing.
now.
That is what I was. That is the reason why I was going to say I wanted to add the 10th poses, because I wanted to have her sword neatly tucked inside as well.
You mean in the sheath, right?
Yeah, sheath. Yeah, her sword sheath. Sorry, I have an ulcer in my mouth.
I can
Very hard
tell.
for me to
You're
speak.
talking weird.
Yeah.
Say it, lad.
Hold on, sorry. I got a phone call.
Okay. Hopefully Sal mutes himself.
Oh.
Good. We're not hearing Thai people talk. Very confusing.
How
That's Chinese. No.
do you know that?
Will she grow
Yeah, that's
cute
what I
cat
saw.
ears when shocked? No, probably not. It's not really how cat ears work. Trust YouTube. Nothing can go wrong. YouTube increases donation share from 70 to 30. 70-30 to 25-75 for management costs. Damn. Tragedy. But I could see it. Giggle says Sadler. It is Sadler. Will we get comical facial expressions like Dito face or X eyes? There is a special emote for all of them. I don't remember where it is. I don't know if it's on here. I think Sal sent it to me. It's on an older version, if I remember right, which would be on the Discord server. If I remember correctly, which would be posted in the Legend of Terrestria room. Which would be a little bit up because it was a while ago. It would be this one. There's a bonus one as like a sort of meme thing. See? You can kind of see them here. These are a bit earlier, as you can see. And then the extra one. As you can see, they very much reflect the personality. So, Rhea's a lot more she's the eldest daughter, and she's also going to be the heir to be. So she's a lot more. When she tries to hide her emotions a bit more, like you see when she's sad, like with the previous image. Thick. It's like somewhere in the middle, isn't it? We gotta do. We gotta close these. Yeah. Notice how she's grabbing her dress there and she's clutching it. Like that's an example of her emoting body language. Like she's sad. She's something really tragic happened, and she's trying not to cry, because crying is not something that a leader does, and not something that Astrians view as a sign of strength.
Hey, sorry, I'm back.
No problems. I was just telling Chad about why she's clutching her dress, how she's trying to hold her emotions in.
Oh yeah. All of the subtle details of the emotions. These are my favorite little things.
You did a good job with the clutching dress thing, because like that, like you can almost feel the pain there. It's quite nice.
Yeah, although if I have to adjust again, like I said, I have to mention again, these are not quite final yet. So I wanted to adjust her face a bit more, and then I wanted her to, kind of hold her head down, looking downwards a little bit more, to feel like she's really down. But yeah, in terms of the body, I think I nailed it.
Sounds like I nailed it. Look at this happy lad.
I really liked it. It's one of the poses that I really like.
If you did a pen and paper RPG after the miniatures game, how would you do it? A new RPG system or one of the public domain ones like a D&D or Powered by the Apocalypse? It would be a new one. We've already discussed this because actually the pen and paper was the original tertiary side project. That was like, yeah, we'll do a pen and paper RPG system in the Legend of Terrestria universe. And then that's when Bathios sort of fell into our lap, and I was like, guess we'll do a tabletop war game instead. I like Baffio's model work, and he does a fantastic job. And it's like, fuck it, we'll make minis of all the mascots first, and we'll start making minis for a tabletop. I'm thinking I'm probably going to delay the minis for the tabletop soldiers for the cohort, just because Carlos is taking a break for December because holiday, which is fine. Everyone needs a break once in a while. By the way, Sally, you know you can take a break on holiday.
What break?
You know that, right?
I don't know about that. What?
Sally, you can't stop
There's
working.
no break in my dictionary.
I wish. I think we get more results if that were true. That was a slacking little shit. No kidding. Oh, look. Brother Shadow donates a very generous $50. Thank you very much.
Thank
He
you.
says, Sala, love... You read it before I read it? You're supposed to respond after. Now chat doesn't know. It says, Sala, love your work. Keep it up, my dude.
Shadow is a dead man walking. He doesn't have any need for money anyways.
Sala actually does need money, otherwise he'll starve to death.
No, that's why I said he's dead man walking.
I mean, look, Fairman. I mean, the money that I got paid was basically in upgrading.
No, not you,
system.
Strado.
Oh, Strato. Right.
Yeah.
Sorry. Wait, hold on. I see a nice, interesting question. Laser soda. Will we get a comical facial expression like Ditto face or X eyes?
I think he
I
missed.
would love to do it. I would love to draw them.
You kind of did, though.
Actually,
I pulled it up on stream.
Yeah,
it's the extra one.
I made an extra poses. I would love to make more of these, but again, they're not priority.
Yep, we can't have Sala making. Like, don't get me wrong. I would love more art from Sala. More art from Sala is always awesome, and it just means our universe has more cool art. But one thing we do need to do is we're actually working on getting that checklist done for the combat prototype, because we need to get that. We need to get that art done. Because once the art's done, then that's great. Then we're just waiting on the music. Once the music's done, then we're not waiting on the music. We're gonna get the code, etc. And man,
So
like
Woodbreed Rhea, Reguline Woodbreed Rhea. Nah, you ain't seen Aya yet. Come on.
Already did.
look at Sala.
Or Nesra. Actually, Nesra gets the fucking shaft end. get this
She
guy.
gets a short end a lot, yeah.
Yeah, also Nestor is also just as cute.
You know what? You know what? That does kind of fit, considered what she is.
Yeah, she's the middle. She's
Yeah.
a Wednesday crowd.
Oh my
Middle,
God, Sala, how
middle
could you
crowd.
spoil that?
That's
Wait.
common knowledge. Don't worry. We told
Was it a
them like the
spoiler?
age of their
Yeah.
birth in terms of like, okay, Aya was the
Yeah, no,
Aya's the youngest,
she's
Nez was the middle child.
and she gets always left out.
Nez was not always
Uh,
left out. We
No,
haven't
but
even gotten a
it's
chance to writing her. Actually, no, we have written her. We haven't got a chance to writing the interactions between the three sisters. It'll be great. Poor Aya. She's gonna get made fun of a lot.
He won't get make fun of.
Sala will kill everyone that dares.
She's a bit of a ditz. Just look at her. Blonde. Not kidding. Uses that as a basis. I kid. I
It's
wish
nothing
he's...
to see that. It's Terrestria on the screen.
His sounding shredded with garlic. Oh, that sounds quite interesting. It'll have an interesting smell, I guess. When is Kibs wearing a dress? Never. I think, Chatter, have we run you dry? As Kibs autism chat? I even held myself back. I showed you mercy, chat. Chat's like, chat weak. Chat out of questions.
It's don't rile them up.
Weak, chat. Weak. Rob Rib just dots. See, he's defeated. We've drained him like a juice box. Shriveled and sad. Like the body language and the clutching detail, says El Augusto. Good. I'm glad people like it, because if they didn't, I'd be sad. Because it's a good that people like those things, because we go out of our way to add those things and be like, yeah, people are going to like this. It would really suck if we did these things and people would be like, I don't care. And be like, fuck. That was pointless.
Yeah.
See, chat, you're talking a lot of smack, but I'm not seeing a lot of good questions here. Bonvec raises a good point. I'm just waiting for the game to come out. Me too. Sits next to him like, yeah. Man, I wish it was out right now. Actually, no. I wish we were further along. If it was out right now, that'd be really bad. You're like, this is very much unfinished. Be like, yes, it is. Yeah. Do not challenge the internet to be stupid. I will, because I'll win. Because I was wondering if you had some mechanics that involved economy, since you mentioned something about the world economy. Narratively speaking, the world does have its own economy, in terms of, like, each nation has a different economy. However, when asked at the design meetings multiple times, like, should we implement a conversion economy system? So if you go from one continent to the other, and the vast response was generally no. So instead, while yes, the Federal Republic of Galay has its own coinage, and so does the Confederacy of Bastar and Novaria and Cilicia, this Dominion of Cilicia, we're going to use a trade coin or trade coinage, which is actually the Astrian mint of coins, because they control the Golden Strait, and so the narrative reason is that their coins have actually some of the highest value, as well as also one of the more common ones to see, because they control technically, well, sort of like two major trade points. The if I don't remember where the thing is, I'll be sad. Yep. Map. No, I closed it. Well, if you saw that map for like a second, you'll know that there's like a little strait by the great house Neteclisius, where chubby Terrestria lives, and his daughter, who is wears a little sun hat. They control that region where it's basically, think of it like the Turkish Strait, kind of, right? It's like that little narrow region, except it's basically the equivalent of what connects east and west. Like with that, like trade node allows ships to go from east to west. So all they have to do is raise the chains, and it pretty much blocks out stuff. Yeah, actually, no. I think the distance is actually wide. I don't know if they can actually chain that. I don't remember what the actual distance is. Kibs RPG coinage PTSD was triggered that day. It was. Yes, thanks to Arch's Skaven campaign, my realization that actually having different coinage systems for the different economies is actually a horrible idea because it sucks in the RP. Like,
The
to
way
deal with that.
The Witcher did it, if you find any coinage that wasn't usable in the area where the game played, it would be an item you needed to bring to a bank to actually have it change into the actual coinage.
Yeah, that's just player headache, though. Like, it's not very
Yeah.
immersive. It just boils down to it.
I think in that specific case it was meant for immersion because it was also part of quests, but yeah.
On paper, it always sounds better, but in actual implementation, as we saw with those games, it actually turned out to be more just cumbersome.
That is the advantage when you have a game that just goes with gold, because, oh yeah, that's maybe a gold coin from a completely other country, but it's still gold.
Well, the thing is
Yep,
with
that's why the gold standard was adopted.
Yep.
the thing
So
with
everyone said,
coinage
"Ooh,
as
gold."
well is it's about faith. So people, like in the late Roman Empire, people didn't have a lot of faith that the coins were legitimate because they weren't. And they were made out of the precious materials. They're often fake. And so they reverted back in some areas of the empire to a barter system. This matters because even in antiquity and ages like this, because our game's basically antiquity plus, it's like if antiquity never stopped, and so you still have that aesthetic, but it's like set in a medieval, like late medieval setting, late to middle medieval setting, and so you have a lot of people that have, vested interest in the Astrian coinage because they still think it has value. Now, if the empire wanes and begins to collapse further, that interest in that coin will, or not the interest. I'm really bad at words with economics because I'm fucking tired and I don't remember I don't remember words very well when it comes to stuff because I'm not very smart in this field. But I remember doing a lot of research when working on it for our game. Was that like these coins lost value if people didn't think they had value in terms of like were they legitimately made out of like copper or bronze or gold or whatever or silver. And so it's all about whether they think it is or not. And if it doesn't have like actual silver and it's actually made out of like fake metals or metals that are imitating it, it's not very pure, it's not very much silver there. People stop using it because they think it has no value. That's better for a one-player game, not a turn-based RPG. I mean, our game's not turn-based all the time. For example, when you move around the world, like it's real time. So our game is technically has both. Like when you move around the world, it's all real time. But when a combat encounter triggers, the time of day pauses, and then a grid is overlaid over the map, which was always there, but it's now revealed to the player. And you place your characters in the deployment zones that we pre-allocate to the player, and then you fight the battle on the battle map, which is just the same as the regular map, but in turn-based combat. And then once the battle is over, the game resumes back in real time. And then the dynamic day cycle system continues. One thing that sometimes kills these RPGs for me is the grind. So I'm going to ask, what's the plan time for necessary grinding? None so far. The game is going to be core designed with the primary quest line first, and everything else will be designed if there's a need for it. The main storyline is already massive and is huge. It's a grand epic encompassing multiple nations and various intrigues and stuff and plots and whatnot going on. and various greater themes that are operating underneath that, with different parties doing their own different things. So honestly, there's no focus on tertiary or secondary quests right now. It's primarily focused on the primary quest line first. So chapter 1 is going to be developed, and it's going to be focused firstly on its primary quests. I put thought into where to put secondary quests, but we're not going to start developing them further or implementing them. And that's way down the line, by the way, until we have the playtime averages from the closed testing. Because I only want chapter 1 to take a certain amount of time to get through, because I don't want to bog the player down too much. Now, I will add tertiary and secondary stuff to do, because it's optional, but you shouldn't have to grind the optional stuff in order to progress the game, in my opinion. Simply getting those quests will just give you an extra edge. Dragon Age 1 didn't even have a grind? Yeah, it didn't. And that's one thing that, like I said, one of the big inspirations for our game has always been BioWare, in terms of their designs, but in an old school sense. So yeah, the idea is that there shouldn't be too much grind, and it should actually be more focused on story and interaction with the missions and quests. There's no focus on grind or stuff like that. Our primary focus is the main storyline, and tertiary and secondary quests are only going to be created if there's something interesting to tell. This is something Bubbles and I talked about. None of this, go fucking fetch quest or deliver quest, and it's like literally like, go pick up the mail for me. Like, yes, there'll be quests where you have to pick up an item and go deliver it somewhere, but it's like, a missive from the king or something, or a duke, and this missive has great important details, to start the levies or something, or some plot revealing. Like, it's going to be something that has some actual narrative value, not just like, I want you to go take my dirty socks to the laundromat. Like, no. You're playing as a bunch of characters that are relatively, like, important people. You're not going to be doing fucking, like, little quests for peasants, because that's not realistic. You don't have the King of France going out, and fucking, like, a farmer's like, oh, my ass itches, please scratch it. And he's like, okay, I'll scratch it for you. Like, no, that doesn't happen. We're going to focus on the actual main storyline. No crappy quests. If there's a secondary quest, it's going to be interesting. To take inspiration, or not take inspiration, but to reference something, what I mean is the Red Baron quest in Witcher 3. I haven't gotten very far in the game. That's actually the only quest I've ever done. But the game,
It's cited as one of the better ones in the game.
but it's a side quest. And the important thing to note with that side quest is it's completely unnecessary to do. You don't have to do it, if I remember right. I never beat the game, so I don't know. But that's what I was told. And so, if we have side quests, they'll be on the level of that. Like, that is the aim. That's the direction. Because I don't want to have pointless side quests, because I don't find writing that fun, because, like, a fucking farmer wants Rhea to go collect 4 fucking carrots. Like, what the fuck? Like, what? Why would she go and collect 4 fucking carrots? Like, why do that? Because the farmer's too lazy and wants the carrots. The farmer needs you to clear out that den because there's a bunch of bears and they're harassing his crop, or his cattle. What? Why would she do that again? She's not some sort of, like, farm, like, if she's in a...
She's not a goofer.
She's not a goofer. Well, not goofer.
Oh no, wait, goofer is when you carry around and transport.
She's not
stuff,
like a
right?
monster hunter. She's not, like, gonna go out and seek these monsters. She's got more important things to do, bigger things. She's not some small time thing. Characters will do things, and they'll make sense for why they do them, not just pointless. There needs to be a reason for it. Kibs, go watch Spice and Wolf? Never. I actually saw a little bit of it. It's a weird show where nothing happens. The only reason for that is enemy's country.
And yet it's somewhat entertaining.
Well, the turn-based combat will the turn-based combat system be like Battlestar, where simultaneous turns, taking action simultaneously? No, it will not be. It'll be character based. Though there is some things that will take place simultaneously in combat, and combat mechanics. So anything to cut down the AI's turn time will be sped up for the sake of the player's convenience, to show respect for the player and the player's time. So let's say the player has 4 characters that can't attack anything, so they can't do any attack things, but they can move. Those things will move simultaneously to cut down on the AI's turn and to get back to the player's turn faster. Once damage is starting to be dealt or things are being done, it will slow down to focus on those things so the player can see it. But like anything in our combat system, all animations, or not animations, can be somewhat skipped. So like, if you don't want to watch the attack animation, fuck, I'll go pull them up so you can see. I have to send them to myself because they're saved on the other fucking computer. I think that one and that one and help, coffee. That one. Okay, there we go. I'll pull them up for chat. I'm not doing good. Oh, watered down Coca-Cola is not good. Oh. I must drink. Not doing good. All right. Doing better. Let's start with this. So, this is a place. This is not complete. This is an older version too. This is one of the attack abilities of REEE, where it's like triple strike with or triple jabs, 2 short jabs and a really hard one. The Aya taking damage there is a placeholder. Those blood effects are placeholder.
Ferrari side.
All of what Aya's doing is placeholder. That's Aya, by the way. So that's our side. This is like how combat animations will look. So in the game, oh Christ, I need to go get another thing for chat to see. I must go into Velasquez's DMs because I sent it to him. He's a nice guy. But I know I showed it to him because we were chatting about game dev stuff. I must scroll up until I find it. Oh man, I wish I knew where Robin put it. Oh man. He made this for me recently though, so I'm not surprised it's not readily available. But I need to get this. Man. Okay, I didn't put it there. Christ. Let's check Robin's DMs. I need to show this to chat so they can see what I mean. Or did Robin post that in our disc? Fuck. I think he posted in the dev server, but none of you were there for that. So what? You won't know where that is. Fuck. I need this. Without this image, it's going to be hard to convey to chat what's happening. It has to be in the dev server. I hope to God it's in contextual. We make so much stuff, it's so hard to find stuff. Oh, fuck. This was only for a demonstration, too. That's the worst part. Perhaps he put an animation whip. Nope. Perhaps he put it in concept art. Fuck. I'm mad now, chat. We'll check one more place. Mega sad. It's entirely possible that we put it in the actual dev server Or not the dev server, but the public server to show the public. I hope to God. No, no, no! No! I'm sad, chat. Help me. Did I put it in the chamber of squeakrits? No. Absolutely agitated now. I've made myself mad. I've actually made myself mad. Alright, well, back to fucking subject. So yeah, this is the attack animation. Now, when two sprites move next to each other, the camera is sort of like, it doesn't zoom in, but it pans to them. Or they center on the screen, and the other area goes dark. They reorientate to fight each other based on wherever they are. And so the, player character's on the left, and the enemy character's on the right. So when your character takes damage, there'll actually be a damage receive animation. There's the damage receive animation. Now you can see the animations are highly reflective of the character. So Rhea, she gets hit, but she shakes it off, and she reforms her composure, retakes her composure. So you can see that she is determined. She is not going to be thwacked aside. She is no mere whammon. And then there's obviously the death / incapacitation. Now, because our game has a story and it's narrative, you can't really have a character just die because, if they die randomly, while that's realistic, and that actually happens in real life and in wars, that would break the continuity of the game, and that would be impossible to write because we'd be writing for thousands of years. For every conceivable point that a person dies.
Kibs, Sir Envy asked, "Is her sword a bastard sword?" Should I give you my design insight first before you explain it, or you want to explain it?
You just go get the art for it. I think you drew it.
So, so the way that I got my description from Kib is that it's a mixed sort of sword. So it's not really like it's a sword, like it's used for stabbing and slashing people, of course, but like it's not really supposed to be like European medieval type. So there is no bastard, quote unquote, bastard sword in Terrestria, so to speak. And the way Rhea's sword, the way I designed it is that her sword it's an arming sword. It's not too long, it's not too short. It's just ceremonial ones. Uh, yeah, with the distinction between that. Yeah, it can be used for one hand. It can be used for both hands, I suppose. But yeah, that is how I designed it.
Oh,
And
Kib, look.
Lore.
Kib, look what I did. I got you a gift.
No, you didn't. That's Robert.
Do
That's
you?
a punishment.
Yeah, that's a Robert.
Hi there.
I
Fairman kept
threatened him.
threatening me with
Yeah.
stuff, so I had to. So hi chat, and hi Kibs, and hi Sala, and hi.
Also,
everyone.
it's not about
Fairman,
sorting the
Hanse.
channels. It's that Robin put this test animation together in a conversation we were having, just because we were trying to make sure we had the same idea. It wasn't meant to be used beyond that. He's like, "Is this what you want?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that's what I want." And then we just moved on, and we never talked about it again. Because he's just gonna make it, and that's kind of the end of it. It wasn't put in any channels because it didn't need to be. And that's the problem. But it's relevant to the conversation because it actually demonstrates what I'm talking about. And I'm actually annoyed that I can't find it. Oh my fucking god, is that it right there? It is, but it's not loading on Discord, so I couldn't tell. Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, Jesus Christ, chat. There it is. There, look at it. Look at it. Fucking Christ. I can't believe it took me fucking... I scrolled past it. I knew where it was all along, but the fact that it was a still image, I just assumed it wasn't... I thought it was just a picture. Ignore all the Rheas everywhere. I don't know why there are like a billion of them.
Oh wait, I need to check the stream.
But yes, this demonstrates how combat will play out. So when two characters are, if a character is above, because it shows her another model above. Now, granted, they're flipped, so that's not really how it would look if she was facing the other way, because, well, her sword, she wouldn't take the armor off one hand and put armor for a left hand on. But that's how it works. It slides like that, and then the combat animation plays. Then you can see, damage stats, numbers there. The combat log is actually over here underneath the mini-map. This is the mini-map. Mini-map allows you to see where more stuff is. There are 2 different zoom levels because the game is specifically designed so that you have the best visuals for sprites. Because when Robin was working on this map and stuff, there's only 2 levels you can look at this without the pixels doing weird stuff. So it's hard-coded, or not hard-coded, but it is coded to what you can scroll to. So it's like you have a zoom version and then a zoom out version. And you can see some of the UI. There's like a placeholder for the turn order. This is Sala's UI he made, or some of the art. It's not actually accurate to what it looks like in game, by the way. I'm going to say that now so Disco doesn't rip my head off, because Sala had made this and this was some miscommunication, which made Disco think that I changed the design doc when Sala was just messing around and sharing it. And so Disco's like, "What have you done?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?"
Oh yeah, that happened. Yeah.
Yeah, Sala, that did
I
happen.
can hear Sala's hand rubbing.
Because you fucking started making different versions of the UI, and Disco thought
No,
that.
I was just trying to move things around to see, like, hey, if would this work? And then Disco saw it, and she was like, "Oh, are we fucking changing it again?"
Because Disco's like, she's like, I started coding this, and you're changing it. I asked you if you were committed to this, and I'm like, what are you talking about? It's because Sala did this, and so Sala made me get yelled at by Disco. Because Disco thought I lied to her.
Because again, some of the design, some of the
Sal.
framings of the artwork for the UIs, like it doesn't look right. So I kind of adjust them to make it look right, and then it just turns out to be completely different version of the UI. And then Disco just went, no.
The problem is Sala's like, I'm going to tweak the UI for artistic reasons. Meanwhile, the entire team is like, this is the UI for the prototype build. We're going to worry about tweaking it later to make it perfect later, specifically later, because we don't want to worry about it right now. Because the problem with worrying about it right now means we have to commission finalized art assets for a placeholder, which might change, which means we spend money for nothing.
Yeah.
Potentially for nothing. Which is why Sala made these placeholder arts with like a little scroll, little scrolly bits, and then you got little buttons. The buttons are probably gonna stay, honestly. Probably these are.
Oh, I love the button. If anything stay, I would say the buttons, the placeholder button, the blank. I call it the blank button, where you can't click them. Like, that is probably going to stay.
Rhea having a schizo trip. Yeah, pretty much. She's seeing like tons of herself, and she must defeat all of herselves in order to, I don't know, do something. She's defeating her fragmented elements of herself, her past or something. Even though she's like, what, 20 fucking... She's 21 or she's 22? Rhea's young. Aya's like... She turns 18 in the game, if I remember right.
Barely legal.
Just barely.
Jailbait.
Pretty much. That's how we get Chad arrested. Nezra's like middle child, so she's either 19 or 20. And the reason why they're so young is because I want time to progress in the game. Otherwise, they'll be old, dead people. That's why miniature Celeste is like 10. Or is it 12? I can't remember. Whatever. It's super young. Time progresses in the story, and they will age up. There could be only one, says Rob Rib. Very true. sword looks more like a Viking transitional era thing because the length of the handle and the prominent pommel. You're a prominent pommel. How dare you? Excuse me. So the characters are essentially superhuman, like people can grow superhuman in this world with training? No. Rhea has Illumine genes, which means she can cast magic, and that's about as special as she gets. She's also, her family said to be descendant of, well, they're not said to be, they're descendant of Kanar. Kanar is said to be, you know, the sacred, his bloodline is sacred because it's chosen to guard the Savior. They're the guardians of the Savior. Which they haven't found. Which they haven't. That's one of the reasons why the Astrian Empire is kind of aggressive and does like little enlightenment crusades, because they're also looking for their savior. They're just enlightening people, chat. They're very cultured. They're educating people through annexation and dissolution of their religions.
It's fine.
Or savages, anyways.
It's true. From the Astrian point of view, they were evil. From my point of view, everyone else is evil. I do not think I'll be streaming Halo Infinite tonight. I'm gonna say that, chat.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you've been going for a long time.
I want to make sure that we answer as many questions as possible and cover as many topics as possible to give people a very informed idea about what Legends of Terrestria is about. And to be fair, there's actually a rather hefty bit of stuff to talk about. We could probably go, like, if we went into the lore, like with Bogman's questions, we would still be talking about it. Which, again, fantastic questions. We will have to do a lore stream at some point, but we will have to do a lore stream with a strict guideline, because I might accidentally say something that you guys are not supposed to hear. Would endgame character be able to kill dozens of level 1s? Will that then be a video game conceit? What? I mean, Rhea, no matter how high a level she is game mechanically, she will never take on a cohort of soldiers by herself. 3 to 4 enemies will probably be enough to bring her down by herself. Because the thing is, they're people. They are human beings. Also, Rhea is extremely unarmored. I want to point that out. So the hero characters won't be superheroes, able to take on entire armies alone without magic. Even with magic, they would be fucking decimated by an army. Magic isn't that fucking powerful. Like, magic is extremely powerful, but it's also not. Like, there's still people. Like, if Rhea gets shot with an arrow, like, narratively speaking, she's dead. Now, video game logic, I can't have Rhea die, because then the fucking, like, what happens in the story? Okay, but you could just write... No. That means I'd have to write every single chapter with, like, different, like, paths for where the story would diverge. Oh, God. My head hurts just thinking about it. That means every combat encounter would have to have its own writing and its own divergent game. It'd have to have its own game designed after it based on the events that happened. You know how fucking autistic that would be?
Oh, yeah, just shortens the game down drastically. That could work, but who wants that?
Yeah, we shortened the game to
Imagine
one
making
chapter.
a sequel after that as well.
Oh.
Imagine if you launched the game and then fucking the sequel. Holy shit.
It's like, so, but it'll be called the Butterfly Game, and it'll never finish development. It'll be a legacy. Sala's
Imagine
children
all
are
of
still
the
drawing
custom
it.
art assets that I have to make. Holy shit. All of the cutscenes.
Sal, you're gonna have to start popping out kids, because you're gonna need people to start getting. You're gonna train them to replace you.
Oh yeah.
You're gonna need little baby Sala to fucking take over when you're dead, because you're still not gonna be done. You might need several baby Salas. Maybe you could speed up the pace if you make like 8 of them. That's what I wanted to hear. I like that. What that always broke my immersion when leveling up made you into a superhuman. I mean, your character's going to get more powerful, but generally, as you play the game, like, you're going to fight harder enemies. And let's just say, when you go, like, we don't have level scaling. Level scaling's not a thing. But because of how the game's progression is, you're not going to probably encounter the same level 1 thing again. The leveling system is just a progression system to unlock new abilities, to explain narratively why they become, they learn more combat abilities because they're growing as people. They're becoming more advanced in their craft. Ria's learning how to half sword. Ria's learning how to use the pommel to thwack somebody with, because thwacking somebody with, armor that's resistant to slashing, with that might do more damage or something.
Murder stroke.
Moiter.
George's Rex says, Ria will never take on a cohort of soldier by herself, quoting me. Au contraire, he says, have you looked at this dojin? Our game's not popular enough for that.
Actually, I still haven't seen any lewd fan art of the characters. I've seen of Arif, of Babette, but not on the game.
The channel mascots get violated
Not yet.
frequently.
I mean, so far, I'm probably the only person who's made lewd fan art of these characters.
Shut up, Sal. No one asked you. I'm kidding.
Well, there's that one picture of Aya when you tried the different
The
faces in
tentacle
Indio,
one?
was it? Who the age?
Sandro.
Yeah, Sandro, sorry. When he made the lewd face of Aya, that was funny.
There's also
Well-
the tentacle one.
Tentacle. I don't remember any tentacle one.
It's one with the tentacle.
But
I think that one Sala actually liked this one a lot, not because of the tentacle, but because that was the first fan out of her we got.
Oh, that's not lewd. That's just
It's
a
just
regular-
implied loot.
Now, Reguline
Look.
asks, will there be a character scene where Ria will learn the abilities? That's going to be something that is actually a good point. For example, when Ria and I learn their abilities, I can't say, and no talking about story, Sal, just making sure, because Sal knows story stuff. No story stuff. Never talk about the story. Never. Because it'll spoil things. That's the problem. Stares at Sal. Glares at Sal. Hates Sal. No kidding. It's gonna be interesting how we're gonna have to handle that, because that's true. Now, as far as a scene, I don't know, but like having her learn, like, from combat, she wouldn't just magically figure out a spell, but oh, that's how that worked. When it took, generations of like scribes and casters studying the magic to perfect it. Perhaps you have to buy like scrolls or something. Scrolls, and then read them and study them and become schmurter. Lore book deal down the road. I mean, I would like to make more content. I mean, the thing is meant to be a franchise, not just a single thing. Not really fan art if he's the official artist. That's true. Actually, no, it's not entirely true, Emo. Because he's making art on the side on his spare time. That is technically fan art. He has drawn much fan art of our stuff. Because if he draws it on his spare time and I ain't paying for it, that is fan art. Because he's a fan of it. He is definitely a fan of Aya, though. Oh, Jesus Christ. Missed a thing. Does this mean Kibs is trans? You never know. Whatever makes me money, I guess. Will there be spin-off games? See, I always like to imagine the Legends of Terrestria Total War, like an adaptation, though not with Total War. Total War Crimson sucks. We'd make our own, would be thing, or maybe some modders would make something that'd be great. Fuck, Medieval 2 Total War, fucking Terrestria mod would be awesome. Maybe one day. Also, your clicking is loud. Don't do that. You'll make chat kill themselves. They're delicate, and you have to be gentle.
Was
with
it
them.
my clicking?
Sala?
I was typing.
That's you then. It's clicking.
Could be. Just typing. All right.
No typey.
Hey.
If typey, mutey. Just because background noise makes chat.
Yeah, I understand.
They're sensitive. They're sensitive.
He's like, I'm an audio person. I know.
You want lewd fan art? I art worth my life, but I can commission. He then retracts his message. After I read it. No. Will characters have a D&D-esque ability scores, such as strength, dexterity, intelligence, and the like? That is likely. Extremely. I think that actually isn't just likely. I think that's actually a thing. Why do I say I think? Because I'm trying, like, I haven't thought about that in a while. Yeah, no, it is. I don't even know why I had to think about that. There is a system. The reason why is because it has to play into the mathematical calculations for certain like abilities and stuff. It's not. It's D&D-esque. Yeah, you said that. So yeah, it's got its own system. It works very differently. Or no, I don't know. I've never really played D&D. I assume it works. Maybe it works the same. I don't know. Actually, no, I played D&D once, but it was really bad, and I hated it. And I actively didn't engage with the game after I realized I didn't like it. Maybe. Maybe. There's numbers. I think. Under the hood, definitely. The Wyvern, nope, he's like them. Sobs and Shogun 2, Warhammer Fantasy. Never gonna happen. Who's that? You say, I can't art worth my life, but I can commission. If people want to do that, awesome. People want to commission fan art because they like our characters, that's great. Don't be stingy, though. You better share it. After all, it is our characters. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Turns communist. I think. Not sure. Chat. I will do this. How about that? We've talked about a lot of things. Are there any final questions Chet has? Just so we can wrap this up and I can go back to work. Because I actually have to do some work things. Not related to the game, sadly. But actual worky things. NTR or no NTR? I'm not gonna. I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna judge, but I'm not gonna tell you what to do. You want to do stuff like that? You do stuff like that. You don't want to do stuff like that? You don't have to do stuff like that. That's your business to decide. Challenge accepted. Stick figure dojins on the way. Well, Sally, you asked for this. You caused this.
Still don't know what NTR is.
It's
I
better
mean,
that
does
relates that
it
way.
count as NTR if REEE or Aya doesn't have partner?
We could always give him a partner, and then NTR.
You just have a little like cardboard cutout of like a generic looking guy with a sad face in the background.
Sad face. Weep, weep.
He's like, no, don't do it to my waifu.
Will there be any full penetration or full penetration? I'm not sure if that's related to or solving crimes. I don't think REEE is like
You're
you
talking
mean.
about fan art or the game system?
I'm
'Cause
not
my
sure if
mind
it's.
just went down the gutter.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he's talking about like, is there gonna be like a quest where you like solve a crime? And I'm like, like,
You mean that quest that you loved in KOTOR 1 that you're like, do this for me?
yeah, that was awful.
That was a very annoying quest.
Why are the characters hitting each other? Because they need to kill each other.
The sororicide is painless. I will never not make this joke.
Real life. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't even know if that's relevant. Flood the net with lewd fan art. Alright, I think we've outlasted chat. Good, you have been defeated, chat, in verbal battle. I'm kidding. Thanks for the questions. And thanks for all the super chats and support, guys. Appreciate it. It always means a lot that you guys actually are interested. And if you have further questions and whatnot, you can ask on the Discord server. In the hashtag Legends of Terrestria channel, or you can ask in the comments. I'll try to keep up with the comments on this for as long as I can. I'm not sure if there will be a lot, but yeah, if you come up with more questions, you can do either the comment section here, or you can go to the Discord server and at me, Kibs, or on the hashtag Legends of Terrestria channel. And yeah. Yeah, I think we'll wrap this up, and I got some work to do anyways. So yeah, thanks for popping around. That was a long Q&A session. I don't know, are Q&As normally this long, or is that just like a... Maybe made it longer. Maybe this is like
I think it depends.
I mean, this is more of a chillax stream, though.
Also a bit of rambling here and there.
Yep. Just a pinch. What if I ask in the slums? Probably not going to get to it then. Because honestly, it gets buried in the slums, and I get added in the slums sometimes. I'm like, I look around for a little bit, and I'm like, I can't find this. I'm not going to spend like.
It would be really nice if Discord gave you just like a button to go to at.
Yeah, there is.
Really?
Yeah, if you, I show you after the for everyone that's on the upper right side, it's a square called inbox.
By the way, we're ending the stream here. Say goodnight to chat. Thanks, guys, for
Good
popping.
night, chat.
Night,
All right.
chat.
Hey, guys.
Good night. We'll see you guys next time.
Just later.